can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your I've been waiting a long, long time. Wrote a story that I wish wasn't mine. Fell in love with the battle cry. Got the weight of the whole world in my mind. Tell me everything will be fine. It's a long way up and I climb. I can't control my own feelings. Come on now, give me one reason why. Just another sleepless night. I only live for the fight. I can't control my own feelings. Give me one reason, and I'm screaming. You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing more. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your life.
Now the pressure's on, what did they expect? I'm coming for everybody until there's no one left. As long as my heart stays beating inside my chest, there ain't no time to rest. I'm a little bit obsessed, and that's why I be coming for your neck. I'm coming for another pound of flesh. Got you running for a place to hide, but it'll be a waste of time. I'm patient, I only bite when the danger's high. I smell blood, that's a good enough reason. Your heart's getting stuck between my front teeth, and just when you thought it was done, and I'm leaving, milk the fangs deep, and I'm screaming.
You can't run, you can try to hide. Just know I'm gonna break you. No one's gonna save you. Hear me roar, I want nothing more. Just know I'm gonna have you running for your
Alrighty, how's everybody doing today? So, I've done some additional planning based off of my analysis after I got offline last night, or last afternoon. And I think that we're going to save the Hoyo day for tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to save the Hoyo day for tomorrow, make it a bit of a weekend special. And because basically I need to get like some more videos prepped, because those are going to be some pretty some pretty long gameplay ones. Yo, Yukioru, appreciate the sub. Yeah, apparently Duolingo is like sponsoring drops if you sub. So if you've been waiting for the perfect opportunity to do that, you can just be like Yukioru. Appreciate the 9 gifties, brother man. And appreciate the 1 gift, Wart. I didn't see you. You got your thunder stolen. Yeah, you kind of got fucking destroyed over there. My bad, bro. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of I almost didn't even see yours. But you know who to blame for that one. But yeah, I don't even know what kind of drops Duolingo is providing, but they got him. Hey, appreciate it, Roach. But yeah, so basically, we got a bit on the agenda for today. We've got a cool little tier list video, which is going to be probably pretty relevant overall. We got a cool little tier list video, and from there, couple of other reactions. We might get into a Hoyo game today. I'm not super sure, but we possibly could. But of course, right? We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what goes. Because one thing is for certain, ladies and gentlemen. One thing is for certain. Good God, there's not a lot of content right now. Oh man. Oh, good God, there is not a lot of videos to react to right now, ladies and gentlemen. I was taking a look at some of the YouTube or the reactions channels and post channels and stuff like that, and I was just like, There's nothing here, brother. There's nothing here. So, yeah. We got that going. Oh, what is this? This is in Japanese. Ah, is it the official announcement? Okay. Okay, so it's just the same exact thing that was said in the video. As a result of renewed discussions with Epic to resolve the problem, we will once again participate in the rebate program. Okay, in December. Yeah. Oh, that was an audio flashbang right there. That was an audio flashbang right there. So, yeah, that's that one. Woke. But yeah, that's just the official announcements from Kuro. So they basically, I guess they got to the bottom of this one within 3 days. Yeah, this is based off like the Epic Store rebate program being canceled, but not what's it called? What was it? Not officially announced by Kuro, and so they've moved it forward from there. Yep. The EN version. I found the language strange and passive-aggressive. This doesn't sound that passive-aggressive, to be honest. Nah. This just seems pretty matter-of-fact. This just seems pretty matter-of-fact to me. Yep. Problem just me? Yeah, I think it's just you. I don't view anything passive-aggressive about it. That's just my take, though. That's just my take, though. You're allowed to feel whatever the way you want about it, but yeah, I don't think that there's too much to I don't think there's too much to read into with that one. If you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I think an over-analysis of that is probably not gonna lead to somewhere well. All right. Alrighty. So, there's a couple of things that I wanted to get through on the agenda for today. There's a video that I wanted to make that's a bit more of like a low-key, a bit more of like a chill one regarding 2.7. And that's just going to be, well, what is the community thinking about it? Because a very big narrative, right, that's getting formed right now is the idea that it's like, oh, it's a very vocal part of the player base that currently maybe has some issues with version 2.7, but you can just... There's a lot of pieces of evidence, let's just say. There's a lot of pieces of evidence over here that are showing you all that these concerns are pretty widespread across the player base. Pretty widespread across the player base. So what I wanted to do was actually just go ahead and see what the community itself is saying, what reasoning they have, and, you know, take it from the point of view of the actual players themselves, rather than taking the CC angle, because there's so many people, right, saying, oh, these are all just CCs jumping ship. Oh, these are all just CCs who are, you know, getting ready for the next game and shit like that. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go pull up the comment that literally says that, and then naturally, right, we'll be able to move forward from there. So let me get some of those materials prepped up. All right. Alrighty. Okay, there's one with a couple of upvotes over here. And don't worry, you know that this means that I read comments. You know that this means that I read comments. So, get yourself right. CN is also mad. Hey. Send it to me. Send it to me, because I would love to be able to chime in with what CN is saying as well. And remember, CN players. Players. That's the focus. That's the focus of today. Getting what the players are thinking, not just the CCs, because there's a lot of people spreading the narrative that it's just CCs causing a problem. All right. I think I'm pretty sure I saw the word. Ah, there we go. Boom. Here we go. So yeah, that'll be the launching board for this one. That'll be the launching board for this one. But yeah, we got a pretty fun video ahead. So yeah, Zoraku, I will be on the lookout. I will be on the lookout for the CN stuff that you're talking about, because, well, let's just be real here. I don't know whether or not Kuro actually listens to EN, or if they primarily listen to CN. Right? I think most. I feel like they are I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it's never been like fully confirmed which side that they typically end up. They are primarily listed to CN. Well, this is my response to that. Proof? Like, proof? Because I would love to see, like, definitive sort of stuff, because it's CN Company. That's not proof. That's just a statement. That's just a statement. Yeah, they listen to everyone until proven otherwise. I think this is the thing, right? Do you have proof that they're not listening to EN? That's because that's the baseline assumption, right? Is that they listen to all regions, and then you would probably need proof that they don't listen to one. They changed the story after CN cried. I'm pretty sure EN also said the story was bad too in the closed beta. What's their biggest revenue market? People aren't sure, but I don't think CN is like an overwhelming majority of Wuwa's market. JP is their biggest region? I guess according to... Okay, so JP is their biggest region, maybe according to mobile estimates. That would be it. JP is only their biggest region with mobile estimates. So, is there ever a situation, right, where... Well, I mean, think about it this way. Are there more people playing on phones, or... Because... Think about it this way. If there are simply just more people paying on phones in JP, then that would just make their mobile numbers higher. But if there are more people playing on PC, which, for example, in South Korea, everyone has a computer. Everyone has a computer in South Korea because they all play League of Legends. I'm not even joking. Like back in the day, like a significant portion of like perhaps 60+% of the population of like, you know, 10 to like 20 something year olds, they like have a computer to play League of Legends on in Korea. So you would imagine that mobile sales in Korea might not appear that high because everyone's buying it on the fucking computer. So I don't think they have like as much of like a PC gaming culture over in Japan. Because Japan has no esports teams. Like, have you ever seen a single esports like team that does like computer games like Valorant, CS:GO, League of Legends, Dota from Japan. I don't even think a thing. I don't even think a single one. What kind of coffee do you drink? I just drink like Starbucks Keurig roasts. Just black. No sugar, no cream. Yeah, that trains your stomach to be powerful, boys. So make sure you do that to wake up in the morning as well. If you take your coffee with sugar and cream, I actually lose a little bit of respect for you as a person. Yeah, that's just it's not a lot of respect lost, but there's, the impression is never going to be the same. Yeah, the impression is never going to be the same. I think you have a weak will. I think you have a weak will and you need to be pampered. Yeah. Just take it straight black. And you're going to have a fucked up kidney. So, how would I have a fucked up kidney just drinking regular coffee as opposed to loading it up with fat and sugar? Are you telling me the one without the fat and sugar is better for my kidneys? Or sorry, is worse for my kidneys, the one without fat and without the sugar? Coffee dehydrates you. So you're also allowed to drink water at the same time that you're drinking coffee. It's actually recommended that you have both beverages available on you at the same time. Yeah, that's allowed, by the way. You won't die if you drink water while drinking your coffee. Just so you know. Just so you know. You won't die if you do that. You don't drink water, man. Okay, so Chatter, you definitely don't need to backseat my fluid consumption. I make sure that my pee is not dark yellow every time I go to the bathroom. And if that's the case, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Yeah, I don't think we need to be going ahead backseating. Okay, mods, ban everybody who just asked for proof. Just ban everybody that asked for proof. That's crazy. Yeah, that's nuts. That's fucking gross. That's disgusting. You're fucking filthy. Man, find it. Find it, motherfucker. Where is it? You can't just come in here and bait us like this. Or were you just lying, buddy? A little bit suspicious.
Oh, CN is also mad about the dry periods. I can't find it right now.
Where's Machor? Machor, SOS. My number one CN advocate. Where you at? Where you at? The Machor summon. I say his name 3 times. Machor told me a couple of things, but no proof. Damn, it would have been a good thing for you guys to provide some links of that. It would have been a good thing for you guys to provide some links for that. Would have been powerful. Let me see what else. Okay. All right. Everyone should have a translator on deck in the Gacha community. Yeah, being bilingual is definitely a buff. Being bilingual is definitely a buff. I mean, think about it. Think about it. Think about the content opportunities that open up for you by being bilingual. Just look at Ryuku Sensei and Mr. Pokey. They have at least like 50 videos where all they do is just take an existing video and then just translate it. No joke. Like, that's, I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Like, you just listen and then say what it is. Like, you don't even have to, like, react to it. You don't even have to react to it. You just need to, like, repeat what was said. That's so easy. Like, Mr. Pokey was literally just copy-pasting CN guides. Bro was just copy-pasting CN guides in EN for, like, a year. That's fucking nuts, bro. It's not easy. It's a specialized skill. Oh, just being able to understand the language. Oh, man. Oh, man. Anyone appreciate how hefty this 2.6 patch is? Yeah, the event menu is big, but yeah, half the things on the side are login events. Oh, this is a bit of a funny post. You're really trying to fill in the gaps this patch with what? Wait, what gaps are getting filled here? Read the top reply, it's funny. Okay, so this guy basically logged in and then said, I love that these events don't require any gameplay because it is currently, that is 30 days into the update. This guy is 30 days into the update. And he has not started the minigame event. He has not finished the main story. What? He has literally done nothing in the patch 30 days in. At this point, brother, is this who we're catering towards? Bro is about 30 days into the update and has basically just said he's done nothing in the patch. I'm gonna be it's just not even playing the game. Is this what we're catering the event schedule around? Guy is 32 days into the update and has not started any of the content in the patch. Oh, good lord, bro. I gotta see. Does this guy live on the Genshin Impact subreddits? Oh, a little bit suspicious. I wonder why his user profile isn't available. Huh. I don't know. I always think it's a little bit suspicious when I see a post on the Wuwa subreddit that's mass upvoted, and then I look at the user, and then the profile's hidden. That's a little bit suspicious, isn't it, boys? That's a little bit weird, isn't that? I don't know. Isn't there a way for people to look up a username and then see? Isn't there a way for people to look up the username and then kind of like see what they've posted? I think I've seen some websites that people have used to inspect the past posts by some individuals. Even when their profile isn't public. they were able to actually see the post that some people were making. Just saying. Because I'm going to be real here, guys. I think that if this is your gameplay, you should not get the full rewards in the patch. That's personally my take. If you're 30 days in, if you're 30 days into the 42-day patch and you literally have no progress on anything in the patch, it's probably okay if you don't end up getting the full rewards for the patch. Because you're not playing the fucking game. And if you're not playing the game, why should you get the time-limited rewards for that are rewards for playing the game? Because this is just like, I could understand it, right? If he said he was like halfway through or something, or like 3/4 of the way done. This is just... This is like... Basically, what he's saying, yeah, it's what he... The stuff that he's listed out in here is not... It's about 10 hours worth of content. Over 30 days. He has not gotten even 1% into completing 10 hours worth of content over 30 days. That is like actually about 20... That's like less than 10 minutes a day. Who was that CC previously complaining about events expiring? So, that was Gacha Smack, and he wasn't complaining about the fact that the Elusive Realm expired. He was complaining about the fact that the dates were misaligned, and so he missed it, because he thought the Elusive Realm was expiring at the end of the patch, but it expired, like, I think 3 days before. So, it wasn't the fact that the events expired, it's because the dates were misaligned. That's what he made the video about. Yeah, that was like an unk moment, basically. That was like an unk moment, basically. He's like, "Where's my Phantom Dreamless Kuro games? I want my Phantom Dreamless. Give it to me." When you look back on it, it's actually fucking hilarious. It's when you look back on it, it's objectively hilarious. Oh, it's. I mean, he raises like an okay point, right? A pretty decent point. It's like, yes, it probably should end at the same time. There's no reason for it to end like 2 or 3 days before the actual patch. There's no actual reason for that to occur, right? Which I think is like the main point. But it's just like funny because the main thing is just Unk didn't check it out. Like Unk said it and then he forget it. Like that was. But yeah. You reset the Shiyu and Deadass HP numbers? Biggest change was the unknown complex corruption went up by 20 million HP. That's kind of a lot. Day by day, Unk's Kurobot ranking is going down. It is what it is, brother man. This is my take on the matter. I'd rather have a track record for critiquing the patch when people are upset at me in the moment instead of me later on in 2.7 being told, look at this guy who was out here glazing the update. There's nothing to fucking do in this thing. And this is the situation, right? I just haven't really had that many comments about 2.5 and 2.6 because I'm gonna be real here. I actually took a look at my YouTube history and I was like, you know what? 2.5 and 2.6 content-wise weren't really that bad. Because there was so much other shit going on, right? You had, like, the whole situation with Hoyoverse literally fucking up the game with 6.0 and all that bullshit that they're putting in. So, like, and then we had, like, the Rover female VA situation. Oh, my goodness, right? Like, it was just, there was a lot of shit to actually do across 2.5 and 2.6 that was outside of the game. But this is the thing, right? I shouldn't be at the point where I'm going ahead and, like, the expectation is, oh, yeah, there's gonna be, like, a VA is gonna do some dumbass fucking shit. Or, like, a CC or a VA is gonna do some dumbass shit that you can farm multiple videos off of. It's like, I don't think there's gonna be another 7 out of 10 incident that just comes out of fucking nowhere like that. That's just my take. I don't think that's gonna occur again. Right? That's just my take on the matter. So, it's like, yeah, it's like I'm basically relying on fucking external events. Like I have to like pray an earthquake occurs. And so, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm not really about that. I think that's kind of like a dumb way to approach it, to be honest. They are upset about your attitudes, not the take. Okay, so anyone upset about my attitude, stop being a little pussy. Why are you such a pussy? What, you can't handle the fact that somebody's upset at a combat game not having combat events? Not having combat events in 110 days? Okay, cry me a fucking river. Oh, send me a fucking letter, bro. Oh, why don't you write down your fucking words? Let me know the true intentions of how you feel. So I can then proceed to take that paper and then wipe my fucking asshole with it. Stop being a little bitch. It's really not that big of a deal.
Oh my, I don't like his tone.
What do you mean you don't like my fucking tone? People hear you speak in real life and leave the room. Of course you would know what people not liking tone would feel like. Jesus Christ. Bro, just be a little bit nicer when you say things. The funny thing about this is that you can complain about my tone, sure. My tone isn't even directed at, like, a person. My tone is directed at, like, the game. It's, like, barely even at the devs. It's like, my tone is directed at the game, a fucking inanimate object. I'm expressing how upset I am with the game, not even, like, people. And then people are just going, oh my god, he's not communicating his points in the most diplomatic way ever. Ah! It's like, yeah, I'm not a fucking politician, bro. You don't need to be this whiny about shit. Jesus Christ. And that's the thing, right? Hey, if that offends you, unsub, unfollow. I don't care. Why would I care about having somebody this fucking fragile in my community? That means you're more likely to go in and just start bitching about stuff nobody cares about. If you're offended by tone, and that's enough for you to be like,
I'm gonna disregard every single point you're making because you make me feel bad.
Great. That's literally not my problem. Go do something somewhere else. Maybe you can go find a fucking padded room in a straitjacket to, like, you know, make yourself comfortable. That way you can't hurt yourself and nobody's gonna hurt you. Jesus Christ. Pussies.
Oh my god, he's not super nice to my Gacha game when they are basically wasting potential for 110 days. Oh my god, he's not nice enough.
Well, I'm not your fucking daddy. What? Am I your fucking dad? No. Some of you guys are older than me and bitching about it. Grow up. How old is Saint? This is the thing. You guys don't even know what age I am. You guys don't even know what age I am. Based on his hair, 40. I actually saw a hilarious clip the other day. Or I actually saw a hilarious clip this morning. I think it was actually, no lie, I think it was actually Fobmaster uploaded a video about his male pattern balding. I had no idea this was main channel content. I had no idea this is main channel content. But this is like Fob's best performing video like ever. Like this might be his best performing video ever. No joke. This might hit 100K. Sorry, that's kind of fucked up. My bad. What does Fob's channel look like on restricted? I'm pretty sure bro has actually. Whoa, wait, Fob's got a fair bit of restricted content. That's not really that much, but it is what it is. They censored his bald video. Yeah, this is, I agree. This is not it's not safe for it's not safe for children. They should not be watching. Yeah, this is definitely an 18 plus video. Oh man. Oh man. Might induce anxiety and trauma. Not gonna lie, right? That sounds like a crazy take. It might induce anxiety and trauma. But that's like actually one of the comments on the video. So you might not be wrong. You might be entirely correct with your assumption over here. What is this guy doing? Oh man. Might check out that vid later. Help him by uploading a hair care routine. This guy definitely just tuned in right now and just lied because we've just been giggling for the past like 10 minutes about Fob balding. Bro just tuned in the stream and then just copy pasted this. This is actually one of the best times ever for somebody to just AstroTurf like this because we were literally just laughing. We were just laughing. Bait taken. Well, he also followed today. Yeah, it is what it is, right? It's okay. We all know your parents are related. Yeah, there's different ways to tell us that your parents were related. Brother, your fucking family tree looks like an intertwined fate. Let's just be real here. Ah. All right. So, do we have any updates over here? Do we have any updates over here on the what's it called? The CN stuff regarding 2.7. Does anyone have any posts about that one yet? Have we been able to get that far? Cuz I swear somebody's been looking for it for the past like 30 minutes. Update. Nobody found anything. Oh, come on, Machor. Where you at, Machor? I ain't seen nothing. Okay, well, I guess that one guy was just baiting. I guess that one guy was just unfortunately baiting a little bit. Unfortunate. Machor got chores, I told you. Machor has, like, a family and, like, kids. Yeah, Machor has, like, a family and kids. Yeah, bro's probably, like, taking, like, one of his kids to fucking school. Yeah, he's probably taking his kids to school. Not even joking. I think I remember one time he said he was like dropping off his son at the dentist's office. Bro's like chatting via voice chat. Bro's like, "Hey Siri, send this. Send all." All right. All right. We can always add the CN stuff on later, afterwards. But yeah, we can go ahead. We can get this one started. I think I've done enough waiting, enough delaying on this one for now. So yeah, if the CN stuff does get it found out, then we could always just add it in later, so it's no real concern. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a pretty important discussion today. Of course, if you've been keeping up with the channel, you know that there's been a lot of videos made by yours truly regarding Wuthering Waves 2.7. The lack of content, in my opinion, especially when it comes to things like combat and event design, and of course, right, the overall level of disparity when it comes to story content and basically everything else in the patch. Because 2.7 is basically just 3 login events, a minigame, and then the story. That's pretty much all we have ready to go. And the thing is, there's been a lot of feedback towards me as a content creator regarding some of these issues. And the statement that I wanted to focus on was from my most recent video, Wake Up, where, again, we rehash some of the issues, talk about some of the lost potential of the game, and then indicate where the Kuro devs are falling into the footsteps of the Genshin devs, developing great things and then proceeding to do nothing with them. And then from here, we've been seeing this comment. We've been seeing this comment a lot. Basically, every single creator who's been critical about a lack of content in the past 3 versions of the game, 2.5, 2.6, and 2.7, with 100 days of no combat event, we've all been receiving comments similar to this. Here we go again. It seems all the Gacha CCs are getting ready to jump ship once more. Just like Genshin, then it was HSR and ZZZ, now it's Wuwa. Tomorrow, it will be, guys, Duet Night, Abyss, Ananta, Enfield, etc. suck, and I don't like the game anymore. Me and other content creators are leaving. And so these comments are starting to get upvoted a lot, right? Because one thing is abundantly clear. A lot of these individuals seem to think that this is just a content creator issue, that they're the only ones complaining about it. So I decided, why don't we go ahead and for the topic of today's video, why don't we look at what the community is saying regarding 2.7? Because these guys aren't CCs. These guys are just players of the game. And this is the thing. I understand that this is the r/Wuthering Waves subreddit, but it's no lie at all to say that the r/Wuthering Waves subreddit has been held a lot more accountable lately. The moderation team is allowing up more posts and deleting more posts that are clearly, right, intended to be way more doom posty about the game. I don't think it's really r/Brigading Waves anymore, especially after the content that we've made, right, in the past, where we've lambasted the mods for deleting posts like this. We've lambasted the mods for going ahead and trying to censor discussion on the female rover situation. They uncensored it because, again, bullying works. You got to tell some individuals when they're not doing their job properly, embarrass them, and then they'll start doing their job properly. I think that's occurred, right? I think it's occurred pretty adequately in the subreddit. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to gauge what the community as a whole is saying about, well, Wuwa's second half after version 2.4, and see whether or not it's just a creator issue. Whether or not it's just, it's just a small subsection of individuals who are complaining about a lack of content. And so they're just rallying up the community to fight on their behalf because they're just being selfish. Or is it just people that want to play Wuthering Waves? So let's go ahead. Let's take a look at this post and then just start reading some of the comments and get a pulse check on what the community is feeling. All right. So Wuwa's second half after 2.4. We've got SpongeBob looking dry as hell. Please add more co-op permanent events. I don't need rewards. I kind of just want to use my characters and enjoy the game after story and exploration. Any repeatable ones like Peak and Prestige, Co-op Hologram, Monolith Defense, Co-op Races, or just something. The current gameplay is logging in and jumping around and spamming left click. I already play other games and it only highlights how this game has so much potential, yet no replayability. Touching grass is not necessary. I do field work every day, so that's covered. So, naturally, right, this is a very, very strong opening post, comes in with a lot of suggestions, gives harsh critiques on the current state of the game, and, of course, negates some of the immediate criticism that the opening poster is going to receive. I received this comment as well. Go touch grass. Motherfucker, we have been playing the game for 5 minutes every day in the second half of the patch for 100+ days. Touching grass at this point isn't really an acceptable answer because that's what everyone has been doing. Because we've been doing that for the past 90 days. So, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and start reading some of the comments. What is the community saying in response to this? It's a highly upvoted post. It's got a fair number of comments. We'll make sure to read the best ones. And, of course, some of the controversial ones, too. And see what's getting upvoted and what isn't. Remember, this is the main subreddit after all. We are going to have some AstroTurfers, and don't worry, we'll see examples of them later. So, first one. They have a goddamn gladiatorial arena. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more to make this a little bit better looking. They have a goddamn gladiatorial arena that we don't do shit with. I would love some actual challenge with customizable difficulty. Glad to see other individuals who are upset with the clear lost potential behind. Well, let me just go back to my video so I can reference the exact point that we're talking about over here. Where are we at? Right about here. Yep, this is the exact gladiatorial arena that they're talking about, right? Something that was introduced in version 2.4 of the game, showed potential for co-op battles, battles with summonable echoes, all of that, and there's been nothing done with this except turning this arena into a portal for the Lady of the Sea, the Mia boss. That is all that this arena is currently used for after its bombshell reveal in version 2.4. Remember, Septimont is the place of combat, right? It's the region of combat, all of that. The region of gladiatorial fights, the Great Aegon, and Well, yeah, this arena has only been used, I think, for Pokemon battles following the story. So, yeah, fair complaint over here. Yeah, it's so bad how we get such cool locations to explore, but nothing to do with them after you've seen them. Isn't that really a highly similar level of feedback that Genshin players often gave to Hoyoverse? The Genshin players that quit the game, by the way, where they talk about the wasted assets that the company is not using, all of the lost potential that could have been used for greater things, but instead it's just laid to the wayside after it launches, and that there's nothing really going on. Should give us a random red enemy to fight there every day for 1 to 10 astrite. Fair, right? They're just, people are in solutions mode right now. And you can see that this is what the Wuthering Waves community is all about, right? This is clearly a complaint post, right? Talking about the lack of stuff. But even in the complaint post, there are solutions. And in all the replies, well, there are solutions as well. It would be cool if they add some craftable 5-star weapons and add game modes where you farm shards to craft them eventually. Okay, some people are throwing around like the Do-It-Night Abyss ideas. Pretty based, like to see these responses from the community. It looks very, very civil over here. Love the way that this community is interacting right now. Dude, WTF, you are 100% correct. Have you heard of Virtual Tower? Blah, 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 all of that. Really good overall comment thread. I know we could read more, but, you know, we're not going to dig too deep into the nested replies. I should have never ran through content like I did when I started a few months ago. Keyword, a few months ago. Now I log in, run around, and look at the landscape, do my dailies, then log out. Every once in a while, I'll try Wuwa again to see if I can get a higher score, but it's getting stale. So this is when I think this individual started the game. Let me just show all of you right now. This is when I believe this individual started the game. They likely started the game during version 2.4, where a lot of people actually started this game in version 2.4, right? There was a heavy amount of advertising done for Cartithia. She had a bunch of different ads. She had a bunch of different, like, IRL pop-ups, all of that. And 2.4 was literally, in my opinion, the best patch the game has ever received. I actually think 2.4 was better than version 2.0. That's my honest perspective. And my take is that they went in, they had this patch, multiple combat events, all of this stuff, banners never fall, still login events. It was just awesome, right? A lot of things to do, and they even had the mini game on top of it for the more casual players. Even like veteran combat enjoyers love this event as well. But then you start taking a look at every single version afterwards, ladies and gentlemen, and you're kind of just like, oh, there's not a lot of stuff to be doing in here. So, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, right? You look at version 2.6 onwards, right? And that's the current update that everyone's complaining about. There's even more events in 2.6 than there are in version 2.4, right? But this is just this is a mini game. This is a login event. This is like a story mini game. It's like a leisure event. It's just a bunch of dialogue, right? Exploration, returning event, exploration, login event, login event, login event, minigame, minigame. And then for the last one, we're going to start looking at version 2.5. And, well, same exact thing. The same exact thing. Minigame, Dreaming Deep update, which, again, it's an update to an existing game mode. Some consider this a combat event. Others say it actually made Dreaming Deep worse by trivializing the combat completely. Where, again, you just clear the combat stages in 10 seconds because every single enemy explodes instantly. Some could say that doesn't really count. Minigame, exploration, login event, and photo event. That's been everything after version 2.4. And so, I don't find it problematic at all. I actually find it to be pretty natural that if somebody were to have started the game around 2.3 or 2.4, they logged in, they saw all these amazing events, all of this super fun stuff to do across the entire patch, and then every single event afterwards, they don't have anything to do. Wouldn't that explain a significant amount of player fall off? Where you went in, you came into the 2.4 patch. There's a lot of reasons why you stayed, why you played all the content in that patch. And then imagine you were somebody that stayed for the content. Sorry, that stayed for the combat. And then afterwards, there's nothing to do in the next couple of patches. Well, let's be real here. That's going to lead to a lot of people that came in during the hype of 2.4 to immediately leave because essentially they're getting gaslighted. They got promised a lot of these things, or they perceived that there was a promise that a lot of these high-quality events were going to be in here, and then in the future subsequent patches, all they're getting are the mini-games. And if they like them, then they stay. But if they don't, what is the incentive for these newer players that started later in the version that were in the game for combat? We don't really know, right? And it's no lie at all to say that things like viewership, CCV, viewership on Resonator Spotlights, all of that, it's all gone down since 2.4. And naturally, that just might be some people leaving because they're, just burnt out of the game as a whole, or it's not for them. But I think that there's a fair number of players like this in the player base if this is the second or third most upvoted post. And once again, this is why we're reading what the players themselves are saying, not the CCs. Because oftentimes, despite what you guys might think, a lot of YouTube commenters aren't actually that clever. And oftentimes, CCs are just reflecting the actual voices of the community. And hopefully you're seeing here that there's a lot of voices that share the same exact sentiments. This isn't just a CC problem. Why bother even logging in daily? Just take a break from the game and play other things until new content drops. And this is how you get people to quit the game. If you're going to make the daily login loop so fucking boring that people are incentivized to log off, then free-to-plays are just going to quit the fucking game because they don't have any pulls to get any of the characters. And so this essentially just leads, this kind of argumentation just leads to the game dying. Glad it's getting mass downvoted. And the response to that, right, which is naturally the main counter-argument, is getting mass upvoted. Well done. All right. Next comment. What kind of... This is a crazy name. Anyways, damn right. We got to be vocal about this because it feels like it's been ages since a good combat event. There is no reason that the region of Gladiators has the fewest combat events in the game. We've had 2. They were both in one patch in the region that the Gladiator Arena was released. And so people thought, oh my gosh, Septimon is all about battles. We got 2 combat events in the first Septimon update. And then, well, you know how the rest of it went. Half of next patch is login events disguised as real events. It's going to get real dry once you do the story, and that's pretty inexcusable for a game with combat, well, this good. All right, guys. Are you guys ready? So you're going to notice, right, that when we looked at the events tab on this website, Game 8, the events tab in all the other versions were like a double header, right? Where it showed like, it had like 2 columns and shit like this, and like you had to scroll down like crazy to see it. Yeah, this one's a single header. So they had to fill it out somehow, so they gave an event summary that they didn't give for any of the other updates. You got a minigame, login event, a photo event, a parkour event, and then a login event. So it is currently the patch. If you thought 2.5 and 2.6 were dry and didn't have that much content, 2.7 is going to have less than both of those versions. It's going to have less than both of those versions. And so if you were a person that felt like you were suffering or that you were losing engagement with the game during 2.5 or 2.6, it's literally, there's no way it's going to get better. There's, unless the Vampire Survivors game mode is like worthy of Game of the Year, it's just going to be worse. And a lot of people have already said 2.5 and 2.6 are the reasons why they left the game, or the reasons why they're currently on a break, the reasons why they're not spending, doing dailies, all of this. If this is the argumentation some people are having, guys, some people are actually doing this. And it's only going to get worse in 2.7 because there's less to do than the previous two versions, potentially even combined. It has been ages since a good combat event. I didn't realize it since it doesn't feel like it was that long ago. But it's been almost a whole third of a year since we've had a combat event, nearly 120 days. That's way too long to go without a combat event in at least what's supposed to be a combat-driven game. And the unfortunate part about the community is that they've gone ahead and they're starting to do some really dumb shit. There's one reply in particular that I want to read that's like about 17 essays long. Editor, bear with me as I go find it. I know exactly who made the comment, though. It's like this weirdo. It's this weirdo who's been spamming every single one of my posts with fucking essays about how I'm wrong, going into semantics like they're a fucking 5th grade teacher. So let's go ahead. Let's start breaking it down. It's almost here. It's almost here. I remember they like use like a photo of like a person. I just hope it wasn't too long ago. And unfortunately, the part about making videos that people want to talk about is that there's too many fucking comments in here. And it's really hard to sort by them if you don't remember the motherfucker's name. Where is it? They're all 13 hours ago. Ah! Here we go! Here's the comment over here. This guy wrote a fucking... This is why I said I remember this comment. I'm going to focus on only one part of this essay over here. Wuthering Waves in the description made by Kuro Games explains that Wuthering Waves is an open-world RPG with a rich story. This is the first sentence in Wuwa's game description. Rich story. So where is the combat explained? Guys, these people are taking the first... These guys are taking the Google Play Store summary of the game and indicating that there should be, that combat is like not even like a focus at all. Because they read the summary of the game's description on the Play Store and then proceeded to write an essay about it. Guys, I think these are like actual AstroTurfers. Now that I look at the comments, they're a public subscriber to my channel. Yes. But that's what a lot of fucking AstroTurfers do. They go ahead, they sub to your channel, and then they get a first beeline to your videos so they can spread whatever narrative they want. What? I don't even know what the fuck this is. I think this person is mentally ill, frankly, if I'm being honest. This is the type of narrative, though, that people are starting to spread now. And I have nothing else to believe other than these guys are intentionally just trying to sabotage the fucking game. What the fuck even is this? And so you can clearly see over here, right? There's some crazy shit that's being spread around right now to try to defend the fact that there's no content to do in the game. And people are publicly admitting to losing interest or just quitting because of that. And so, well, what do you think comments like this and narratives like this are doing? Probably aiding in that, probably aiding in the migration of all these players. I pray for the day co-op hologram event returns, or I pray for the day the co-op hologram event returns. This guy doesn't know how to type. Instead of all these minigames and other game ripoffs as main events. Such a waste. I mean, I don't really have much more to say about that other than I don't really think it's a waste to have the minigames. But when minigames are the only thing you have to do, well, it's going to actually... This is the unfortunate part and dynamic that I think a lot of people might not register. When you do this 3 patches in a row, people that didn't hate the minigames are going to start hating the minigames. That's the truth about the matter. People in 2.4 were perfectly fine with the minigame of All Out Peaks of Prestige because, well, they saw that they were getting all these combat events as well. But when you get 3 patches in a row where all you get are minigames and no combat events, none of the stuff that you liked, you might like this as like a 6, 7 out of 10, but you view the combat events as a 9 or 10 out of 10. Well, you're now going to get upset because it feels like these events that you like, but you don't like that much, are taking the place of the events that you do like. And what is that going to what is that going to do with like your mental state, like how you're thinking about these? You're going to just start disliking every single minigame, regardless of whether it's actually good or not, because you feel like it's coming at the cost of the content that you love. And so Kuro is really, I don't think they fully understand the extent of what planning and scheduling like this is doing. It's probably causing a lot of the player base to be completely fucking turned off by all these tertiary game modes instead of taking a break from the overall gameplay of the game, because that's what I viewed these mini games as. When I want to take a break from like the echo farming, the wuthering waves, the combat, the intro skills, the outro skills, the concerto, then I can just hop into a mini game, right? And then just, experience some goofy mechanics, take a bit of a break. It doesn't really work to take a break when there's nothing that made me tired in the first place. There's no point in having, at least in my opinion, the original approach that I had before when it came to these mini games, when there's no baseline content for me to get quote-unquote tired of in the first place that I need a break from, much like there was in the version 2.4 update. And so it just feels like these mini games are taking away from the content that people want to play. And this is the thing. The people that like the mini games won't have an issue with it, because the content that got taken away was the stuff that maybe they weren't fans of. But believe me when I say this, I think a significant number of people in this thread would be more than okay with all these mini games getting removed and all of them being replaced with reruns of co-op holograms or Virtual Crisis or Septimont Gladiator Arena fights. They would probably be okay with that. And this is the thing. One part of this player base is clearly being satisfied over here, but the end result of this is that you will split your player base completely. You'll have a side of people that will just hate you are developing a player base that will be conditioned to despise every single minigame you ever push out in the future, because you have basically given them PTSD by having a flood of minigames and no other content for 1/3 of 2025. How do you think this part of the player base that has been conditioned to be basically traumatized by fucking minigames, how do you think they're going to respond to any more minigames in the future? This is what I'm personally going to be doing. I'm personally going to tell Kuro, this is personally what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell them to start taking out minigames from the game. I'm basically going to tell them, I will literally start playing less, doing all of these things, if all you're going to provide is a fucking minigame and nothing else in the update. Because you are literally wasting the money that I'm giving you. You're wasting the engagement, the daily active use, all of that. Because this isn't what I want as a player. I'm okay with minigames. I'm not okay with only minigames. That's what I'm going to put on my survey. Because it's clear that if it continues down this trend, I'm going to just fucking hate every single minigame. I'm going to form a natural, just sort of lack of tolerance to any tertiary game mode for this game in the future. Because you have essentially blown it. You blew it. This was a good balance. This was a good balance, but you fucking blew it. Because you keep spamming these on fucking repeat with no break. These events are taking like 4 to 5 hours to do, to full complete them for the Astrite. I kind of am like tired of it when there's nothing else to balance out the patch. So it's literally, I'm at the point where it's like, there are people that are probably dreading to log in because they'll be reminded about this fuck-ass event that they don't actually want to play. And there's nothing else for them to do, but hey, they still got to get the Astrite, right? Hey, remember this? You still got to get the free pulls if you're a free-to-play. Imagine you're a free-to-play player that doesn't like the minigames, but you buckle down to go play TD for 5 hours because that's what you need to do for the fucking asteroid. But you actually wanted to play. What would you do? Are you just going to quit the game at that point if you're a free-to-play player? What about the news of the next patch when it's the same exact thing over again? There are a lot of people that are not thinking about anybody other than themselves in this equation. What does the free-to-play combat enjoyer have to do? Literally, it's a chore every patch. A 5-hour minigame for Astrite, and then no combat events. Think about the free-to-plays that have been day one players. When Wuwa didn't really have that fleshed out of a story, right? And all they had were like these combat events, Somnoir, all of that. And that's why they stayed with the game. That's why they enjoyed the game. That's why they were an early investor in the game back in the day. These veteran F2P players, maybe, that are just entirely, right, that love the combat. Now they're going ahead. They're being told, hey, you need to go play a minigame for 5 hours a patch to get your pulls. Oh, surely there's like a virtual crisis. No, there's no virtual crisis. There's no co-op hologram. There's nothing else. We got login events and then 5 hours of minigames every patch. Yeah, it doesn't really seem that good, does it? But hey, you'll have CCs like Legions, right, who are S6 in characters and then logging in for 2 hours a patch to do the story and then fucking off, telling you, hey, well, you don't spend you don't spend as much as I do, so fuck your feedback. Louder for people in the back. Nice comment. Good ad. And this is one of the favorite ones in the thread for me. Sorry, but that's too much for all the people working 8 jobs, studying for 12 degrees, and having 4 wives and 28 children. Enjoy your 4th rendition of Click on the Window to see an animation and claim free stuff. And make sure to come back tomorrow because it's time-gated. Hey, guys. I feel like I just need to take a look at the 2.6. I feel like surely there's like a fleshed out thing for the TD mode, right? Yeah. This thing over here, guys, this shit takes around 4 to 5 hours to full complete for all the rewards. That is longer than any combat event. That is longer than... This is probably one of the, if not the longest event in the game to complete. This requires a time commitment that is far beyond any other event we've ever had in the history of the game. And people have brought forward this absurd argument that they're too busy to do combat events. They're too busy to do all of these other events that people are suggesting. But suddenly they have time to do the longest fucking event in the history of the game. It was the same thing with the fishing. It's probably going to be the same thing with Vampire Survivors. I'm going to be honest, guys. It's an argument that makes absolutely no sense, but it's been reiterated over and over again. And you want to know how I know? Because there's a mass upvoted post on the Wuthering Waves subreddit where somebody was talking about, anyone else appreciate how hefty this patch 2.6 is? When it's 5-hour event, login event, and there's actually not, it's just login event, and then the exploration event. This is the menu that they're like, oh yeah, this is a hefty patch. Here's the 5-hour title defense event for the first half, and here's 2 logins, and then there's nothing else. And they're like, look how hefty this patch is. Again, I 9,000% believe this person's on crack or an AstroTurf or one of those. And this is the comment. Someone posted, this is a time-gated event, so I quickly log in and find out it's a simple login and claim, which I very much preferred, as I have not even started on the rest of the event, the Defense Tower one, not to mention finishing the MSQ for this patch, as I can't play much because of schedule. Guys, this was 8 days ago, just so you know. That was on September 25th. That's about 30 days into the 42-day patch. And this guy over here is like, I love that every event this second half is a login because I have not started anything. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a bit of a hot take. Maybe you can disagree with this. Maybe you'll immediately unsub and dislike the video after you hear this. If you're 30 days into the update and you have not started anything in it, maybe you shouldn't get the rewards. Maybe if you're 32 days into the update and you just had no plans of ever playing the game, maybe if you don't play the game, you shouldn't get the rewards that are designed around you playing the fucking game. You saw his wait. Does somebody have this guy's user profile? Wait. Somebody bring me this guy's user profile. Somebody bring me this guy's user profile. Because, well, this is the thing. They hid it. This is a common thing that you find in Wuthering Waves players, or sorry, fake Wuthering Waves players, when they comment on the subreddit. You right-click, you open up their profile, and this is oftentimes what you see. Nothing, because they hide it. However, though, we just pop their username into the search bar, and what you see is Kafka mains, Black Swan, Kafka, Herda, ZZZ Official, Acheron mains, Fei Zhao, Sunday mains, Kafka, Fei Zhao. Hey, anyone see Wuthering Waves yet? Oh, I see Malaysia. We see them complaining about something 7 months ago. Herda mains, Kafka mains, Acheron, Dan Hung, Sunday. Zenless Zone 0 leaks from 1.5. Isekai Memories. Okay. Probably don't need to go much further than there. So, yeah. This person's basically saying, I want Wuthering Waves to be entirely login events because I spend 95% of my time playing Hoyoverse games. It's a schedule issue, by the way. I spend 95% of my time playing Hoyoverse games, and so I need every Wuwa event to be a login so that I can dedicate all of my time to HSR and ZZZ, and I can still get the full rewards in Wuwa. These are the motherfuckers telling you, ladies and gentlemen, that all that events, that patches of just login events are good. These are the motherfuckers telling you that they don't have enough time. They're just lying, pretending that they're busy because all they do in this, they don't actually play this fucking game. They pretend to play it, probably, but they're actually out busy playing Hoyoverse games instead. And would you look at that? There's a reason why this is the top upvoted comment, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why I always say this community is getting astroturfed from fucking hell. Because there's a reason why, once again, ladies and gentlemen, every single person that has a top upvoted post in the Wuwa subreddit has their profile hidden. And this is my ass. Yo, mods. If you really want to clean this fucking subreddit up, ban everybody whose profile looks like this. No lie. Ban every motherfucker whose profile looks like this. And you will have less astroturfers on the subreddit. Because looky here. Whoa, I wonder why they're hiding this. As they're posting about how having no content in Wuwa is a good thing. Oh, I love the schedule. This is great scheduling. All of this. This is awesome. You, my friend, are exactly the reason why the devs are doing more leisure events. And I hope the people complaining about having nothing to do need to understand that if Wuwa is built around no-lifing, then the busy people... Oh, right. Yeah. We should design Wuthering Waves in a way where it becomes the Giga side game so that these guys can go main HSR and ZZZ. Oh, awesome. Great. Hook, line, and sinker. We got him, boys. Oh, we fucking got him, boys. We got fucking baited by a Hoyo shill, and now we are actually doom posting the game. We got baited by a Hoyo shill where all they do is play HSR and ZZZ and then play Wuwa as a character collector simulator. While they're talking about meta. and shit like that for all their other games. Oh, we should definitely design the game around these guys. You're right. Oh, totally. I see why there are so many people now. I see why there are now so many individuals. I see why there's so much backlash now. This is an amazing explanation. You have a bunch of loser Hoyoverse players who are playing Wuwa as a character collector simulator, not engaging with any of the combat, any of the events, openly admitting to 30 days in the patch, not fucking doing anything, but then being this dedicated and this up-to-date for Hoyoverse games. And then they're going ahead, they're pretending to be Wuwa, actual Wuwa players. They're not. They're fucking side game enthusiasts going around to all these posts, mass downvoting them. And actually, I was right. I was fucking right when I said that all of the discussion regarding 2.7 was getting heavily fucking astroturfed. Because if this is not fucking evidence and proof, and you can literally see how actual Wuwa players are getting fucking ruined by this shit, that's crazy. And like I said before, I think Kuro Games is getting influenced way too much by these bums who are literally not playing the fucking game, are pretending to, but then just openly admitting, I'm 30 plus days into the patch and I haven't done anything. Why design the game around these guys? Why support designing the game around these guys? Well, I'm glad we were able to do an expose over here. And like I said, the Wuthering Waves subreddit is getting cleaned up, but a lot of people are going to slip through the cracks because they do this. But when they do this, ladies and gentlemen, remember to do this. Because this, a hidden profile with posts in the Wuwa subreddit, is the biggest red flag in the space. The biggest red flag in the space. And if you don't do any further investigation, well, you're going to get astroturfed. That is what it is. And I'm glad we were able to do the expose over here. Too easy. All right, let's keep moving on. We're going to cover a couple more of them. Hey, you're exaggerating. Sometimes it's also teleport to a point and let the game auto-complete a track for you or solve a puzzle for 5-year-olds in 20 seconds per day. Well, when you have Hoyoverse players who are, again, not engaging with any of the content in the game and are treating it as a character collector simulator, hey, I guess you got to do what you got to do. But then again, you got to ask yourself the question, is Kuro Games appeasing that part of the player base worth it for all of the day one players, all the F2Ps, all of like the, early adopters of the game getting fucked? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if that's really worth it. Jesus Christ, the memory of your words on log provokes some kind of weird primal rage that our ancestors must have felt when they discovered their village was raided by a hostile tribe. They have so many cool designs for minigames, and they're just wasted. I swear, if they don't turn Overflowing Pilot into a proper game mode, I'm going to go insane. Yeah, there are some decent ones, right, that they could definitely rerun, but they're also introducing a bunch of new... I don't have a problem with minigames as a whole. I have a problem with its minigames and nothing else. I also really wish Wuwa had several roguelike modes like in PGR or in HSR. You can always spend some time playing it just for fun when there's new content left. Besides, it actually has interesting lore. Wuwa tried, but Dreaming Deep turned out to be absolute ass. I think the thing with Dreaming Deep is that it feels like you don't really have to think at all to complete the game mode because of how easy they made it. And it essentially turned brainless. It becomes like second monitor content. And a lot of people don't like Wuwa being second monitor content because it's never been like that. So I can understand a lot of people upset by it. I believe it's a side effect of their decision to go back to improve Renacida. Solon said in an interview they decided to go back to... Okay, is this guy repeating himself? So yeah, people are just making excuses for it right now. I don't think that... I genuinely think it's not really any of this. I genuinely think it's Hoyoverse having its players transplant themselves into Wuthering Waves. And clearly, right, they're not playing it at even close to like the same level of commitment as they are their Hoyo games, but they still want to have their cake and eat it too. And Kuro is really starting to appease, like really doing their best to appease this part of the player base. But I don't think they realize that, again, They're basically chopping off their nose to spite their face over here. These guys are going to quit the game immediately. These guys are not going to stay with the game for a long time. They have other commitments that they're going to get to. And if you're engaging with the game at this level, where you're 30 plus days into the patch and you haven't touched any of the content, these guys are not going to like stay with the game for a long time. They're not going to be actual players of the game. They're already they have like, instead of like 1 foot out the door, they have 1 toenail in the room. That's essentially the breakdown of it. They're like not even playing at this point. How do you... It's 30 days into the patch and they're just admitting to touching none of the content. They're hiding their profile and they're just busy with Hoyo games. And I think we'll cap it off with this one because I have some thoughts to share about this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like an entire month of content for the endgame, or an entire month of wait for the endgame content, Wuwa TOA holograms, is too long to wait. Now I get the whole just play something else argument. What I want is a reason to use the new units I just pulled, not use them for 30 minutes and say sayonara to them until the next form of content comes. The game and combat is very fresh to use and look at, so rather than minigames, I'd rather to actually play the game itself and just have some sort of challenge for the long term. Oh, but we gotta think about the Hoyoverse players. We gotta think about the Hoyoverse players who can only dedicate 10 hours to the game across an entire 42-day patch because they're busy playing HSR and ZZZ and Genshin Impact. We gotta think about them, though. We don't, actually, by the way. Might just be me, though. And if people just like minigames and story, well, then I guess the game's perfect. I guess the game's perfect. Oh, yeah, that's why. Oh, and don't worry. If there are any ZZZ players watching, don't worry. It's the pendulum swings both ways. Oh, you might feel a little bit of gratification from this, but you're also probably not going to like it that much because it's still me doing it. Yeah, that's why after version 2.4 and the combat event and the minigame spam started, the game has just been losing viewers every single update. Oh yeah, people really love the current cycle. People love the current cycle of the patch updates for sure. Yeah, we should keep listening to everybody who says they should keep doing what they're doing, as every single metric for the game falls down since version 2.4. Every single metric for the game has fallen down since 2.4. You want to know what the only one that went up is? The average number of streams. While viewers went down. That's not good, by the way. That's actually bad, by the way, for the average number of streams to go up and then the total number of viewers to go down. That's bad. Just so you guys know. And people will tell you, keep doing what you're doing. People will tell you that are clearly astroturfing the fuck out of the game. Keep doing what you're doing, Kuro Games. You're doing it right. You're listening. You're listening, Kuro Games. Yes, you're listening. As October is literally the worst month of the game since version 1.4. Yes, Kuro Games, keep listening. Yep, as the game is on a complete downtrend and is reaching 1.0 levels. Keep listening, Kuro. Yes, listen to all these Hoyo players who are playing Wuwa for 10 hours a patch. It will surely end up well. It will surely end up well. So yeah, I think that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. There's definitely more threads that we could take a look at over here. There's more replies that we could take a look at, but we're getting close to about an hour on this recording, so I think I'll just cut it over here. Just keep in mind one simple thing when it comes to this entire issue, to this entire debacle, to the 2.7, the minigame, the lack of combat debate. A lot of people feel this way. And to make the argument that it's only CCs that are having an issue, to make this argument that it's only people that are trying to make content on the game that are having this issue, you're being so boneheaded, close-minded, and honestly stupid. It's unreal. The realization that you guys need to have is that CCs are gamers too. Yes. A content creator for a game is oftentimes going to have the thoughts and opinions that other people that play the game have too. Otherwise, you got to think about it this way, guys. If people didn't agree with me, they wouldn't watch me. And so, naturally, the takes I make have a pretty high likelihood of actually being reflected by the player base because, well, people watch me. So, that's kind of how it works. And so, again, to be spreading the narrative that this is only a CC issue, that these are people just trying to jump ship, that everything's actually okay and bossing say, you're being incredibly stupid. And the realization should be that, the realization is that a lot of individuals are very unhappy with the current state of the game. They've been unhappy for months. And you're telling all of these individuals that they're wrong for what they think is causing the issues. And then you are uplifting literal, verified, astroturfing Hoyo shills to the top of these subreddits with posts like this, admitting to just not even engaging with the game at all and then saying how good it is, as every single metric for this game falls off a fucking cliff. Balls in your court, right? I've done all I can. There's a reason why I keep tackling this issue. Because of shit like this. And a lot of people aren't willing to go in, do the research, get the evidence, and find out just what type of people are in this community. So yeah, that'll be that for this one. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Hey, good video title. Hoyo Shills Sabotage Wuwa 2.7. I don't even know what else to call this other than actual verified sabotage and astroturfing. Straight up. That's what it has to be, bro. What else is this? What else is this? We're literally getting invaded by people that are main gaming, HSR and ZZZ, and then want Wuwa to literally be like an actual side game so that they can focus all their time on Hoyo games and then play Character Collector and Wuwa. I can't play as much because of schedule. So gross, bro. So, I can't play as much because of I'm too busy with my Hoyoverse games. But yeah, these mods, they need to ban every single person who hides their profile. No lie. Just ban every person that Why they got so much to hide? Why they got so much to hide? Bro posting this much, but he got no time. My profile is also hidden. Why are you hiding shit? Why are you hiding stuff? But yeah, hey. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Hey. Like I said before, right? Hey, in 2.5... In 2.5, we survived because of the 7 out of 10 situation. In 2.6, we survived the dry periods because of the female rover CNVA situation. And now we're about to survive 2.7 with the Hoyo shows are literally sabotaging the game situation. Because I don't know how else to view this. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Time for variety. So I have an unfortunate announcement to make. We're probably not gonna we're probably not gonna go super deep into. We're probably not gonna go super deep into the what's it called, the Hoyoverse stuff today. I think I'm gonna save it for tomorrow because I feel like I gotta get more videos recorded to prep for that. Because we're gonna be doing primarily like gameplay oriented stuff tomorrow, and so those videos can take like longer to actually film. So I just want to make sure that I have like, so I'm not like fucking my editors, basically. Yeah, like my take is I'm basically doing this to not screw over my editors. So they have to like edit gameplay videos like super fast and shit. That's just like the main thing. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Sorry, I was just checking in with my checking in on another situation. All right. So yeah, that's gonna be our first video of the day. Now let's go ahead. I think we can just get right on into our tier list. Yeah, I think we can just get right on into our tier list for today. So we're gonna do a bit of an updated one. We're gonna be doing a bit of an updated one. And the update should be pretty nice. Because it's been a while since we've done our prior one. And we're actually gonna go in like reverse order as well. We will actually be going in reverse order too. Oh, and one last thing. Alrighty. Alright, we just got the game all ready to go, and we'll kind of go from there. Alrighty. Alrighty. Oh boy, what's it called? Wait, was this a closed beta? What the hell? Wait, what was that mail? I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Do it after Galbraina? Nah, I'm good. Nah, I don't feel like waiting for the next set of characters. Because then, guess what? If I wait until Galbraina, then they're going to say, wait until Chuyan. And if I wait until Chuyan, they're going to say, wait until Chisa. And if I wait until Chisa, they're going to wait until 3.0. So no, go fuck yourself. I'm not waiting. It's the same thing every time. It's the same fucking thing every time. Just wait for the next character. Wait for the next character. Wait for the next character. Wait for Bu Ling. Wait for Lucy. Wait for the Cyberpunk collab. How about I wait until you get a bitch? Oh, wait. Then I'll never make the fucking video. That was a little mean. That was funny, but that was a little bit mean. I'll customarily apologize for that one. No, it wasn't. Base. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's get this tier list ready to go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to revisit a tier list that, well, we haven't really updated in a long time. And this tier list is going to be focused on one thing in particular. And that tier list is, or that thing is, sequence nodes. We will be looking at every single S2 that is currently available in the game and doing a tier list of their overall value. And the reason for that is quite simple. You might be asking, why are you only going to S2? Why aren't you doing S1? Why is this specific number? And the reason for that is because of this. You can buy dupes in the Coral Shop. And one thing is very clear. Wuthering Waves reruns its characters very, very, very frequently. Chakona, for example, was a unit that ran in version 2.3, and now she's running again in version 2.6. Lupa ran in version 2.4, and she's going to release in 2.7, right? Or rerun in 2.7. It's clear that Wuthering Waves takes these units and reruns them about once every 3 to 4 updates. Cartithia probably should be in 2.8. And so I think this is a good time for us to take a look at overall value to see how these characters progress with these dupes, because chances are you might have a lot of coral like me because you save up this resource because, well, being able to directly pull dupes from the shop is kind of nice. So without further ado, we're going to get right on into it and just start breaking down all of the units. But the thing is, when it comes to this unit order, we're going to be taking a bit of a different approach. We're actually going to be going backwards. Yes, we're not going to be starting from good old Yinlin and then kind of going from there. We're actually going to start off with, Augusta, and then kind of go in reverse order, just to spice things up for a little bit. So without further ado, let's go ahead. Let's get right on into it. All right, the first unit up that we're going to be taking a look at right now is, of course, going to be Augusta. And when we're examining a character's S2, we're naturally going to factor in the impact from their S1 as well, because you cannot get an S2 without first having your S1. So let's just start taking a look at this. So Augusta's S1 is, if you haven't taken a look at it yet, it is kind of loaded. So the first impact, or the first effect of this sequence node is that it gives her Crown of Wills buff that she has at the start of battle, and after her teammate, the recipient of her outro skill, uses an outro, she gets it. Each stack of this increases her critical damage by 15%. And she gets a max stack of 2 on it now, up from 1. And using her intro skill is also going to give her a stack as well. This effectively is, as an S1, just 30% critical damage. That is roughly what it is from a damage perspective, because you should pretty much always have 2 stacks of Crown of Wills playing Augusta in her typical rotations. It also is going to give her another 15% electro damage, because each stack of Crown of Wills actually gives you electro damage bonus, and it increases the number of stacks by 1. It's also going to give her interruption resistance on all of her Undying Light, her enhanced resonant skill attack chains, but this isn't really, she basically is almost uninterruptible anyways, because I didn't even know she could be interrupted during this attack chain. It's nice flavor, but I don't think it really does that much in combat. That, again, most of the bonus is here. Now, when it comes to her S2, Augusta is going to have her Crown of Wills buff updated even more. Each stack is going to increase her crit rate by 20%. And remember, her S1 gives her 2. So, this essentially is, Crown of Wills is now going to give 40% crit rate, 30% critical damage, and 30% electro damage. But that's not it. There's more. For every 1% of crit rate over 100%, Augusta gains 2% critical damage up to 100. So, critical rate and critical damage in this game are literally at a 1-to-2 ratio for pretty much every single thing in the game. You can just kind of take a look at it over here, right? This weapon, Jinxi's weapon, has 24.3% crit rate, and the crit damage alternative has 48.6. So she's essentially getting the same exact conversion that you would get from anything else in the game. And so you can go up to 50% overcapped crit rate and then have it directly convert into critical damage. This means that if you're somebody, right, who has a really... Okay, my Augusta's build is... Did I forget her preset? Oh, this is embarrassing. Okay. Let me pause the video. Pause the recording. Pause the recording. I'm looking for Void Thunder. Ah, here we go. Yeah, we got some good pieces. Yeah, we got some good pieces. There we go. So if you have an Augusta like mine, who has an exceptional amount of crit rate, right? Because her you're using a crit rate forecast, and her weapon doesn't really give that much, then this S2 is basically going to add that 40% crit rate on top of it, and then convert the additional 30% to like 200, go all the way up to maybe like 280% critical damage with 100% crit rate. And the end result of that is that, well, this character is exceptionally strong. However, it does come at a bit of a cost, right? This is all just damage that's being applied to crit and crit damage. There's not a lot of stuff that happens with her multipliers over here. And a lot of other characters in the game have S2s that will like buff the amount of damage that like literally their skills do versus straight up buffing their stats. And so it makes her build a lot easier, but I do believe like the ceiling of her S2 might not necessarily be as high as other units. But at the end of the day, right, this is going to have result in her having some of the craziest stats ever. And I will say it's strong, but I'm not going to call it one of the most powerful S2s in the game. I feel like there are other S2s that can really change the game a lot more, specifically for the DPS units. But once again, their changes don't really show up in the stat menu, but hers will. So I'll just say overall, like as a rating for this one, it is... The value of her S2 for her isn't on par with other characters. I think that she scales actually. So this is kind of like the trade back, or this is the trade-off for Augusta. Her S2 doesn't scale as well as other units, but she has, well, you can see her S6, and this will explain why her S2 doesn't feel as strong. Because her S6 gives her an additional buff on top of the previous Crown of Will's buffs. That's what her S6 does, right? And so it gives her even more conversion and basically builds off of her S2. And then her S2 is contributing to the S6. So I think it's like a balancing lever to make sure her S6 isn't insane. But that's why we're not gonna be rating it as high relative to some of the other DPS ones. Just from an honesty perspective, because it's more of like a stepping stone to S6. But when Augusta does get there, she's pretty strong. But once again, you can't get S6 free with your corals. So we won't be doing too much coverage of it over here. So yeah, that's where it's going to go. In the middle of A, it's probably not going to be the top of A. Let's move on and take a look at Yuno. Okay, so Yuno over here is going to be a bit of a situation. I have strong opinions about this S2. So, to get there, let's start with her S1. When Yuno's in the lunar cycle, her attack is increased by 40%. Neat. When Yuno is inside the full moon domain that she creates with a heavy attack at the end of her rotation, she restores 1 point of energy per second. So basically her S1 is less ER cost required, an attack boost to 40% during her rotation, and then of course, right, she gains some interruption resistance on some abilities. It's actually a pretty nice S1. I would say it's a pretty loaded S1, to be honest. A lot of characters only get ER, but she gets an attack boost, a significant one, and ER as well. It's quite nice. However, when we get to her S2, this is where stuff gets a little bit interesting. So, this is the unfortunate part about this S2. It only works with this Blessing of Wand Light mechanic that can only trigger if you're Yuno or your Augusta. And so this is 40% additional damage amp to Augusta and herself. And naturally, if Augusta's not on the team, this isn't going to work. So it's mainly a 40% damage amp to herself, if that's the case. And the problem with this sequence node, in my opinion, is the fact that amp is going to get oversaturated regardless of what you're doing. So there's a big difference, right, between having 0% damage amplification and 40%. There's not as much of a difference between having 90% damage amplification, and 130. Because that's what Augusta's going to have. Augusta's going to have 90% damage amp from Yuno's baseline Blessing of Wand Light, which gives 40%. And then she's also going to have the 50% from her outro skill. You're essentially, if you're getting this for Augusta, going from 90% amp to 130, which is honestly not that much of an increase. And for Yuno, you're going to be going from 40% amp to 80, which can be decent, right? 40% to 80 can be decent. She gets her own 10 stacks of Blessing of Wand Light going throughout her rotation. But the thing is, what if you're using Yuno as a main DPS? Well, then, if she's getting something like let's just be honest here, a John Shin outro skill, which gives 38% amp, well, now you're going from 78 to 118, which isn't that great, right? And so the end result is that, like, the main benefit to this is when Yuno doesn't have an amplifying outro skill. Because if you're already using this for Augusta, Augusta already has a shit ton of amp, so 40% more doesn't really do that much. And if you're using Yuno as a main DPS with an outro buffer, it's not doing that much. And so the only real teams where this feels like it's significant is when you're running like Yuno, Chacona, Shorekeeper, not with Arrow Rover because Arrow Rover's got their own amp. And then maybe you're running like Yuno with the Augusta team, but then Yuno's doubling her amp. But then Augusta's not gaining as much of a bonus. Because, again, it's relative to the prior bonuses you already have. So to me, this one is kind of just... I think it's a stepping stone to Yuno's other nodes, where she, gets huge multiplier increases like 1,600% on her S6. I think this S2 actually kind of sucks, bro. I'm going to be honest. I think more and more about its use cases. It feels like it's diluting. It's a saturated amplification stat that if you're using it for Augusta, once again, it's not improving it by that much percentage-wise. And it really only works on one of Yuno's teams, the one with Chacona. It's got niche use cases, but I really don't think it's... I think if you already have these two, you don't need the extra damage at all in that team anyways. So it feels relatively pointless unless you're going all the way to S6. That's just my take. Now let's move on a little bit further. The next unit that we've got in store for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Frolova. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of don't remember her nodes, but we will get there. All right, first one is, she gains increased damage multipliers. And this is what I was talking about when it came to the other units. She gains increased damage multipliers and then also shortens her rotation. This is an incredibly good S1. It's actually nuts. Because one of the downsides of Frolova is that her damage is backloaded into this Scarlet Coda attack. And she has to build up 6 nodes to use this massive Scarlet Coda attack. And the thing is, if you have a sequence node in S1 that literally shortens the rotation time and gets her doing that big attack faster, that's pretty good. Because it fills out 2 of her 6 nodes, when she starts usually at 0. So it's literally cutting it in a third, basically. Her second one, and then she gets damage multiplier increases. This is an amazing S1, by the way. It's one of the best S1s in the game. Now let's take a look at her S2. The damage multiplier of Scarlet Coda is increased by 75%. Aftersound now additionally increases the damage multiplier of Scarlet Coda by 75%. Casting Scarlet Coda grants 14... So, let's just read what Aftersound does. It has a max of 24 stacks. This gives 14 stacks. Each stack of Aftersound, it doesn't list out the mechanics over here. Each stack of Aftersound increases her critical damage. So basically, her S2 greatly improves her Aftersound buildup, gives her more and more critical damage, and then also increases the damage multiplier of this ability. It almost doubles this increase from Aftersound. The end result is that this S2 combined with her S1 it might be the strongest S2 in the game. It might potentially actually be the strongest S2 in the game. She ramps up faster. She gains almost an unlimited number of stacks on her ramp up. And it's just like the damage increase relatively is just insane compared to an S0 unit. So it's just DPS wise, I think this is at the top. I think this is literally at the top, and it's, I'm going to be frankly honest, quite overtuned. So if you are looking for a character that's just going to bulldoze the content, next time for Lova reruns, and you get her S2, you'll basically just win the game. I think she was incredibly overtuned, to be honest. Probably does deserve nerfs if we're being real here. And you'll see why later on. Next unit that we have up is going to be Lupa. All right. Lupa has what I would consider to be very sub-DPS oriented sequence nodes. Her first one is going to be focused on giving her additional concerto energy and a boost to her crit rate. This sucks because it's just not really that great of a bundle of stats. I know 20% crit rate is like pretty neat, and having... The thing is, Lupa doesn't even need this concerto in her rotation. You can just use her skill at the start, and then you'll just be fine with everything else that she does. And her 20% crit rate increase is, like, nice, but it kind of just makes your builds easier, and I guess your average damage will go up, but it's just, she doesn't deal that much damage in the first place, so it kind of feels a little bit unnecessary. But we can talk about that a little bit more. She'll also gain interruption resistance while using her special enhanced skill, but I'm not gonna lie, her special enhanced skill already freezes the enemy. So I don't even know, I've never even got it interrupted using this. A single time in my life. I've never got it interrupted using this. So I feel like this line doesn't even need to be there, because I feel like in practice it doesn't do anything. Her S2, though, on the other hand, well, this is what I'm talking about for sub-DPS sequence nodes. Performing any of her heavy attacks, or her mid-air attacks, is going to give her a 20% fusion damage bonus to the entire team for 30 seconds. Stacks up to 2 times. It's 40% fusion damage at an S2. If you're looking for something that's going to make your fusion teams better, sure, that's okay. But I'm not going to go out here and say that this is the best S2 or that it's even like an S2 that's worth pulling. I think 40% fusion damage is nice, but it's like, do you need it? No, the fusion team does not need it. And so it just feels like if you want the damage of the team to go up, just go pull sequence nodes for like Brant or something. And honestly, if you're trying to buff the team, her weapon is a way better investment. Her weapon is a way better investment. And if you're at the point where you have her and her weapon, you don't need her sequence nodes for this team to pop off on the fusion side with Brant and Chang Li. So I'm kind of just in the boat of putting this into like either B or C because it's so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary, and it's only if you're going to giga min-max for, like, an additional, like, 10% damage on the team. It's not something that changes anything at all. And don't worry, I'll be putting a lot of sub-DPS sequence nodes down here because I really think, again, for an S2, for corals that you could be spending on other units, I look at the relative value of, like, for Lova's S2, we saw all those multiplier increases on all of that, and then down here we have 40% fusion damage bonus. It is what it is, right? However, there is a nice little thing at S3 where she basically gets all of her attribute requirements removed at S3. And so if you're thinking about S2 as like a stepping stone, this does add a little bit of spice to her kit and let her, have a little bit more freedom in teams. So maybe we'll give it a B because of that. But once again, I'm only going to put it in because you're one step closer to S3. So yeah, that'll be that one. All right, that's Lupa finished. Now let's move on to Cartithia, everyone's favorite sentinel. And I feel like it's so goofy that she has this hand puppet over here. All right, let's take a look. So, I hate Cartithia sequence nodes because the first one is a fucking essay. So the first one is she gains this buff called Zeal. I don't even want to read this. So essentially, when she has the Zeal state and she kills an enemy, she'll spread arrow erosion from the target with the most amount of stacks to all the other units next to her. And it has like a 1-second cooldown. It's really only usable in Wuwa. That's why there's so much other stuff in here. When Flirtery's Conviction hits 30, 60, 90, this is her Forte circuit, she's going to gain critical damage up to 4 stacks. So 100% critical damage. And then her ultimate, the last hit of it, is going to, go ahead and have that critical damage bonus of 100%. This gives her a pretty decent nuke and does give her ramping damage while she's in the fleur-de-lis state. But unfortunately, it's mainly the last hit that receives most of the buffs. It's a great S1 though, for sure. It boosts her damage a lot, but once again, if you're mainly playing in small Tithia mode, it doesn't do that much. Now her S2. This is where stuff gets a little bit interesting. Casting her Resonance Liberation is going to increase the max stack limit of Air Erosion on targets by 3. This is Arrow Rover's outro skill, and one of the main reasons why Arrow Rover is used on the Chakota Kartithia team. Because Arrow Erosion, Kartithia depletes those stacks. And the higher amount of stacks you have, the more that one stack depletion actually does. And so she essentially becomes independent of Arrow Rover completely to deal her max damage than before. However, this can stack with Arrow Rover's outro skill and make the max number of stacks on enemies actually 9. So that's something to think about as well. So yeah, the next attack after she uses the Liberation is going to directly damage the targets and inflict 3 stacks of Arrow Erosion immediately. So it's also going to loosen some of the requirements of maybe having like a Chakota on her team and stuff like that. Or you can just still run Arrow Rover Chakota and just ramp up the stacks like crazy. So yeah, it also will detonate a stack of erosion as well. Next, after that, if that wasn't enough, the damage multiplier of regular Kartithia's basic, heavy, dodge counter, and intro skill are going to be increased by 50%, and then her mid-air attack, her plunge, is going to be increased by 200%. So as you can see over here, this is kind of an interesting S2. It greatly buffs her small damage form, and then greatly increases her self-sufficiency in Arrow Erosion application when in big form. And the thing is, Kartithia's S2, I would dare say, doesn't feel actually that crazy in the traditional Arrow Erosion team. It really makes her base form feel really strong, but you don't spend a lot of time in her base form when she's playing with the team. The bonus of pulling Kartithia's S2 is that she's without a doubt the best, solo DPS in the game. Because her base form ends up dealing so much damage, and then she can just stack up her stuff pretty much infinitely. So, yeah. I would say her S2 is if you're really looking for solo gameplay, great. If you're not, however, and you're kind of just running her with Arrow Rover and Chakota already, and that's the team that you really like, I don't think it's actually going to do a lot for you. If I'm frankly being honest. It's yeah, this is a Wuwa thing, and you get one big nuke, but it's you don't spend a lot of time in base form in the teams. Her S3, however, well, her S3 is where stuff gets a little bit crazy. And she starts applying Arrow Erosion on all of her attacks and then gets a big nuke on her Liberation. This is kind of the real prize when it comes to Kartithia's kit. You kind of don't think about her S1 or S2 that much. You focus on her S3. Because this is when you remove her reliance on Chakota completely. And then she is, without a doubt, the best solo unit in the game. So that's why you see a lot of solo Kartithia clairs. They won't tell you that they have her at S3. Because she trivializes the game as a solo unit when you have her at S3. Because, well, every restriction in her kit gets lifted and she just, destroys all the Kate without any teammates at all. So if I were to factor it in with just the S2, I would say I would rate it like this. If you want to use her as a solo unit, it's an S. However, if you're still playing her in a team, I'd probably bump it down to A. That's my take. If you like soloing with her, S. If you like playing her in a team, it's A. I'll put her above Augusta, though. But yeah, I'll also factor in over here that you're one step closer to S3. But I don't think her S2 alone is giga cracked and you're gonna do some crazy shit. You also swap back to small form in a team. In what team? In which team? Are you gonna say some shit where you're not playing it with Chakona so you can max the uptime of the stacks? If you're playing S2 Kartithia and with Sanhua, what the fuck is even the point? Why didn't you just pull Chakona? Why'd you pull 2 sequence nodes instead of pulling Chakona? Like, I'm just going to ask you that question, right? That's the thing. Again, it's if you're playing a solo unit. And if you're, like, planning on getting your S2 and then playing it with Sanhua, I think that's a little weird, but you can go for it. But I'm not going to, like, base my assumptions off of, like, weird edge cases where somebody's pulling sequence nodes, but then not the character's best teammate. I'm not doing calculations of, or I'm not, like, judging Lupa's S2 with, like, a fucking Zhang Liao on the team. Because I could, but that would just make her S2 worthless. Like, her S2 would be in D if I was judging it with fucking Zhang Liao on the team. So yeah, that'll be where Cartithia's team goes. Let's go ahead. Let's start moving on and take a look at Chakona. All right. So when it comes to, oh, and give me a second. I need to go upload a video real fast for my editor. I realized I didn't do our stuff. Give me 1 second right here. And also, I need to check my storage. Okay, we're good. Sorry, 1 second. Let me go upload that video we just recorded. I completely I think I did this the last time we did a tier list. All right, Hoyoshil, Sabotage, Wuwa, 2 points. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't go into that Reddit session today thinking that we were going to find out that Hoyoshils were ruining the game. But that wasn't even my intent. I just wanted to read the replies from actual players. But then we just end up incidentally finding out that Hoyoshils are in fact sabotaging the game. That's nuts. All right. Cool. Okay. My bad, boys. Okay, we're back. So, now let's go ahead and take a look at Chakona's S1 and S2. And you'll notice that I can actually redeem the first one. I'm not going to, though. All right, so the first one is casting a resonance skill is going to go ahead and grant Chakona interruption to immunity for 3 seconds, and then also, upon using a basic attack, increase her attack by 35%. Nice little personal damage boost and quality of life boost over here. Nothing too crazy to talk about. Second one, during her resonance liberation, you know where she's saying some shit, resonators in the team are going to gain a 40% arrow damage bonus. It's okay. The reason why I'm only saying it's okay is pretty simple. Chakona already grants arrow damage bonus in her baseline kit. Where is it over here? Yeah, she already grants a damage bonus in her baseline kit. And so it essentially takes her 24% and then bumps it up to 64 after using her liberation. However, she also used the Gusts of Welkin set, which gives another 15%. So in reality, her actual in-combat contribution of arrow damage goes from 39% to, well, 79%. And it's like a doubling of her arrow damage bonus. But I'm going to be real. You're also probably going to have, with the people that you're using her with, right? Especially a Yuno or a Jian, potentially. They're probably already running arrow damage 3 costs. So the situation is that this S2 is really mainly impactful if you're willing to adjust your Echo lineup to run like an attack 3 cost on like your Jian or your Yuno, or when you're using it with Cartithia. Otherwise, you kind of do get oversaturated on the arrow damage bonus. I will basically just be putting it in the same exact slot as Lupa's. I think it's a good damage boost for the team. It's a good personal damage boost as well. But if you already have the teams that would use it well, you don't really feel that much of an impact from it, to be honest. Like, again, if you're looking to improve the damage of the team by pulling this, it's always probably going to be better to just pull the sequence nodes for the character instead. And that will result in a way bigger damage boost for the team. I'm just being entirely real with you over here. And even in like the mono element lineups, it's still probably going to be a better investment to go for like the singular DPS's S2s instead. So, yeah. We'll also take a look at some of the future ones that come up. Unfortunately, Chakotay's S3 is not really that great because her rotation's already fast. It's not at all like Lupa's S3. And she does gain just like more personal damage boost later on. So it's, you know, that's why I'm rating it below Lupa's, because it's her other sequence nodes aren't really that much better. All right. Now let's take a look at Zani's. Again, okay. I will be judging Zani's sequence nodes based on her character, not her value as a character. So we'll take that approach, because pull value-wise, Zani's an F. But we'll make sure to judge her sequence nodes fairly. All right, first one. When the alarm clock rings. This S1 is really good. So the first one basically gives her a 50% spectral damage bonus after using one of her enhanced skills. This is incredibly strong. She also gets interruption resistance during the most damaging part of her rotation, which is really strong. Her S1 is insane. Her S1 is actually insane. I'm going to be honest. It's actually ridiculous. So you remember how I just said Chakotay was like 40% arrow damage? This is just 50% to herself on S1. S2 is gain an increase of crit rate by 20%. And then the damage multiplier of targeted action and forcible riposte is increased by 80. I think her S1's actually better than her S2. I'm not even joking. I think Zani's S1 is actually better than her S2. Because it's like, this attack doesn't even do that much damage in the first place. Right? She's gaining an 80% damage increase. Or 80% multiplier increase on an attack that doesn't deal that much damage. That's the unfortunate part about this one, right? And the thing is that all you're really getting is like a minor damage boost and then 20% crit rate. But the thing is that like Zani's build will oftentimes just have a lot of crit rate because you'll run her with like Shorekeeper. And also, I'm missing a crit rate roll in this build, right? I'm pretty sure I am. Actually, no, I have all of them, right? If I have Shorekeeper and then the Spectral Frazzle set active, I will be at 84% crit rate. So I would actually be overcapping with her S2 on a full build. I would have like 6% extra. So it kind of doesn't feel that good, if I'm frankly being honest. I don't think it feels that great. I think her S1 is fantastic, though. And I think that, I mean, yeah, maybe it's a, I don't know. I don't think her S2 is that good, because it's like, you don't really even need the crit rate that much at like a max build. Her S1 is nice, though. That's a great damage bonus. And people are saying 50% spectral damage is oversaturated. That's not true. Because she uses the Eternal Radiance set, and the Eternal Radiance set gives a very low amount of spectral damage. It only gives you, literally, 25%. So her S1 is fantastic because it offsets the lower spectral damage bonus on the Eternal Radiance set that she's using. So, yeah, her S1 is fantastic. I would just say, overall, I'll rate her S1 and her S2 at like a similar level. She's going to be an A, carried by her S1. Her S2 is pretty dog shit in my opinion, but her S1 is broken. Very similar, actually, to another Spectral character on the roster. Just a bit of a hint, by the way. All right, so with that out of the way, let's go ahead and move on. And we got Cantarella. Okay, so Cantarella over here, her S1 is going to be pretty simple. Casting a Resident skill is going to recover 1 point of trance. This essentially helps her deal more damage and then also speed up her rotation a little bit. She also gains interruption resistance while using the most damaging boost in her kit. This is a lot of damage boost over here. This is one of the better S1s in the game. However, it is fair to say that Cantarella's damage output at S0 is not that great. And so her S1 having all these massive amount of multiplier upgrades, it kind of just makes her deal similar damage to a main DPS. Then her S2. She's basically going to have more uptime on this Hazy Dream effect. And when an enemy has Hazy Dream on it, it's essentially going to move super slow like it's CC'd. And then also she's going to deal this damage of Jolt if she wakes them up. And the thing is, Cantarella's S2 makes her Jolt damage, it increases by 245%. And the reason why this is significant is because, well, when it comes to like Jolt, right? Where is it over here? When it comes to Jolt, the damage multiplier on it at a baseline is decent. But multiplying this by 245%, let me just look at what it is at level 10. That's essentially going to be close to around 500% damage every time she wakes up an enemy from the hazy dream. And she can do it once over here. She can also do it, well, once over here. I think she could do it 2 times over here, actually. Wait, it's once over here. It's once over here. I think she could trigger Hazy Dream maybe like 3 or 4 times in a rotation. It increases the number of times that she can basically trigger the Hazy Dream, and then the pop of the Jolt. She increases that by 1, and then the Jolt pops end up dealing way more damage. And this essentially converts her into like a full main DPS in terms of like her potential. And unfortunately, if that's not what you want from a sub DPS character, then you're going to be really disappointed. However, from an overall strength perspective, I can't really call it that good. And this is the reason why I'm not going to call it that great. It's kind of simple. This basically converts her into Camellia that heals. And if you want to get a unit, 3 copies of a unit, to turn her into a Camellia that just heals, you paid like 3 units for the price of 1 to get like this interesting mechanic where you can deal a lot of basic attack damage and heal people. I think like as an overall strength-wise and as an add to your account, it's not a lot. I'm just going to be real here. I don't think it adds a particularly large amount to your account to convert a sub DPS to a main DPS. And yes, you'll retain her buffing ability, you'll retain her healing ability, but at that point, you're sort of just like, the damage increase relatively is like nice, but it's like her S0 state is a lot weaker than, you know, other sub DPSs on the roster as well. So I dare say it almost feels like her S2 is similar to like Brant's S0. That's the unfortunate truth of the matter when it comes to at least my opinion on her gameplay. It really does feel like her S2 makes her like similar to an S0 Brant. And when that's kind of what's going on, it's like, I don't know. It's like, if you really want to make your Frolova team stronger, you could go for it. But at that point, you would just pull Frolova's S2 and then get like 7,000 times more value out of her. And again, this is just my personal take, but going from S0R1, pure sub DPS, to viable as a main DPS at S2 is like, you could have just pulled 2 extra characters. You could have just pulled 2 main DPSs instead. Or you could have pulled sequence nodes to like turn a main DPS into a super main DPS. But she just becomes like a multi-rolled character. But isn't like exceptionally amazing in any of the roles that she's doing either. Just becomes like a jack of all trades at S2. Which is, it's okay, I guess, but I don't really see a huge amount of value in it. Now, on the other hand, well, we're going to have to talk about another character that, well, they scale a lot better with sequence nodes. And that's going to be Captino Branto. So, the first sequence node that this guy has is A, it gives him a CC in his kit, where Return from Ashes, the big anchor nuke, is just going to go ahead and basically stun the enemy for like 1.5 seconds. That guaranteeing that it'll land. The second is, he gains a damage dealt bonus. I do believe this is actually, I'm not sure if this is different from I'm not sure if this is different from like a damage bonus, damage dealt, but he's going to gain up to 60% of it simply from going through his rotation. A 60% damage dealt bonus. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The second part is casting a midair attack or Return from Ashes. Well, guys, it's going to increase his crit rate by 30%. He's also going to gain a buff on his outro skill that essentially will deal 880% of his attack. So, remember what we looked at for Zani before? Remember how we saw this and we were like, oh, An 80% multiplier increase and 20% crit rate? Bro has 30% crit rate. And then 880% damage from off field. And remember, this character gets close to around 3.2k. He has, on average, the highest attack on your roster. I think that if you have a built Brant, he has the highest attack in the game at like a baseline, like assuming optimal build. And that's the attack that's going into this multiplier, this 440% that triggers twice. So this is my take on this, right? It's a little bit broken. And you can kind of see, oh, this is kind of a bit better than what Cantarella had. Because once again, he doesn't really need multiplier bonuses. He doesn't really need like a 245% multiplier bonus when this is the amount of damage that his attack is dealing. And if you play him as a main DPS, guys, you can do this twice in one rotation. Oh, and I also forgot about his attack bonus. It also increases even more after his liberation. Normally, he only gets up to 1560, but he can get up to 2600. So during certain parts of Brand's rotation, you can just add an additional 1040 attack onto here. So he regularly hits 4k. He regularly hits 4k at S2. I'm just going to be real over here. I don't think it's as strong as Furlova's, but this guy's S2 literally makes him probably the best overall unit in the game. That's my take. I think his S2 makes him this like the best overall unit in the game from like a healing, damage, and support perspective. He also buffs with outro skills too, like Cantarella. And the reason why Cantarella is rated a little bit lower is because she feels so much... They basically fill the same role on teams. Right? The healer that does a little bit of DPS. He's just better. So yeah, definitely below Furlova. Definitely below Furlova, but I don't think he belongs in A tier. We've seen what those sequence nodes look like relative to the other characters. We've seen what they look like relative to the other characters. I think it's a step above all of these ones. His is literally a step above all of these ones. Because once again, guys, this is just the best crit rate boost we have out of all the sequence nodes, and an additional 880% emotion value on the character with one of the highest attacks in the game. And again, his first one is literally a CC and a massive damage boost. Oh, and I forgot the last thing. 30% crit rate is a lot. So, essentially, guys, his S2 is also converting him to... I'll show you what my brand stats would look like at S2. He would have 93.9% crit rate, 93.9% crit rate, and 283% damage. So remember when we talked about how Augusta's S2 would have similar stats like that? You're noticing that Brant's S2 basically gets him the same stats as Augusta's S2. But then he has all those additional bonuses as well. So again, you look at all the characters that are in the A tier currently, he's actually above all of them in all these metrics when it comes down to this. So yeah. You're seeing over here, right, how that build is working out. Okay, now let's move on and take a look at... Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Not this character. Let's take a look at Phoebe. All right. What about him without his weapon? If you're pulling Brant's S2 and not his weapon, you're probably too dumb to derive any value from the video. Yeah, if you pulled Brant's S2 before his weapon, then you're probably too stupid to even get any value from this video. Because why the fuck would you do that? Why would you pull a character's S2, but then not their weapon? That's my take. So, let's go ahead and look at Phoebe's S1. While in Absolution, Resonance Liberation increases damage multiplier by 480% instead of 255. So essentially it is like a 225% additional thing. It's not really that much though. You'll see why. And when in Confession, her liberation is going to increase the damage multiplier by 90% and then inflict the maximum stacks of Spectral Frazzle. So, essentially what this is this greatly shortens her rotation time in, like, Zani teams, which is okay, right? But you don't really, like, need to, because that team should deal enough damage. And then when you're in the Absolution state, the damage multiplier increase looks like a lot, but this is the base damage of Phoebe's liberation. So this essentially goes from around, like, 1,200 to maybe, like, around 1,800, around 1,900. It's not actually that much additional because the baseline damage on it isn't actually that high. And this thing getting an 80% damage multiplier in Confession mode is also very close to no damage. So it's just like her S1 looks a lot better than it actually is. And again, this maximum Spectral Frazzle thing is okay. But, like, guys, the ability at a baseline already does 8. And the max stack is 10. So you got 2 more? Which is, like, okay, I guess. But that's, like, not, great. I got 2 more additional Spectral Frazzle stacks. Awesome. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. A boat drift in tears. When in Absolution, damage dealt by Outro skill to targets with Spectral Frazzle on them is amplified by 120%. And when in Confession, Silent Prayer grants 120% more damage amplification for Spectral Frazzle. The unfortunate part about this is that it's okay for her Outro skill, but in reality, all this does is it takes the damage multiplier that's already there and adds an additional 120 on top of it. She already gets a 255% in Absolution mode. It's a similar thing to, like, what's going on with her liberation. We're just oversaturating the damage multiplier bonuses that are happening over here. And it is, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. But that's what's going on. We're already multiplying it by 255% at a baseline. And the second one is, this is already giving 100% Spectral Frazzle damage amp. And so you're going to go from 100 to, I believe, 220. And the thing is that, well, when you start getting to this point where you have Phoebe's S2, you have Zani with her weapon, all of that, you end up with, like, 400, 300 something percent Spectral Frazzle damage amplification. And it's like, it just starts getting to be, like, a lot. And my personal take is that getting a sequence node for a character that just buffs one other character on the roster doesn't feel that valuable. I personally think that there are better ways that you could spend some of these resources. Because it's just, yes, your one Zani team is going to be stronger, but it's like, couldn't you have just invested in Zani if you wanted to become stronger? Herself. And it would probably do a lot more because that 50% Spectral Frazzle damage on her S1. It's just, I know she gets 2 different buffs. She gets buffs to both states, and then maybe you're doing it for her Absolution mode. But I would dare say that these buffs that she's getting, I mean, now that I think about it, this is Spectral, this is amplification. So maybe it interacts really well with the damage multiplier increase. It'll make her Outro skill deal a lot of damage. So if you want her to be like a walking nuke when she leaves the field, that's cool. It's just, the supporting side of it, it's a little bit questionable. So I would just say, like, overall as a damage increase, the S1 is all right. The S2, though, it is mainly on her Outro skill. So I'll respect the fact that it's a decent damage increase. Oh, wrong footage. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. I fucked up. All right, edit that out, editor. All right, so when it comes to Phoebe's placement on the list, no, it was just something with the editor. I handled it. When it comes to Phoebe's placement on the list, we'll factor in her pretty good overall Absolution upgrades. I don't think they're at the level of other units because it only impacts like 2 abilities in her baseline kit. I think we'll put her at the top of B because I think that there are just better ones overall, but maybe we'll put her at bottom of B. Maybe we'll put her in like the right after Yuno, something like that. I think B is a fair spot for her because it is multi-rolled, but it is very specific, even when it is being multi-rolled. So yeah, we'll put it there for now. All right, next unit that we have up is of course going to be Carlotta. And you all know what I'm probably going to say about this one. Yep, this is the only character that I have sequence nodes on because well, she's already brain dead easy to play, so it's not like I'm really proving anything by by playing her in a normal team anyways. Carlotta's S1 is going to be pretty neat. Basically, she's going to have an increase of about 12.5% crit rate, a sort of small amount, but then she's also going to be able to shorten her rotation by getting more of a Forte circuit. In practice, this does nothing in her hypercarry teams. You actually don't even need this additional substance creation or Forte circuit generation when she's in her main hypercarry teams. This is mainly for when she's in dual DPS, this part over here. However, the crit rate increase is nice. I would say her S1 is like mediocre at best. It's not really that impressive because in practice, again, it's only a 12.5% crit rate. It is what it is. Now, the second one, though, is pretty crazy. The damage multiplier of Resonance Liberation Fatale Finale increases by 126%. So, this is kind of the situation over here. When Carlotta's Liberation is over here and it deals 644.33, a 126 multiplier is quite nice, right? And the thing is, Carlotta also has built into her kit Defense Ignore. I feel like that's a lot of something people don't recognize. She's got Defense Ignore built into her kit, so that's a nice one as well. And on her Forte circuit, she already has an 80% multiplier increase. And so that 120%, 26% isn't as big as it potentially could look because of the lower baseline multiplier and the built one that's in her kit. However, I do have to say that when you combine the fact that she has 18% defense reduction into the entire mix built into her kit, this sequence node ends up dealing a lot more damage than you might actually think. Yeah, it deals a lot more damage than you might actually think, even though the multiplier doesn't look that high. And when you combine this with a crit rate increase, well, you can go ahead and run critical damage reliably, right? That's in around the 340-something percent. So when you factor in the full potential that her S2 lets you reach, I do think it is pretty significant, right? Because I'm going ahead, I'm using this with Shorekeeper, I'm getting the 12.5% crit rate. I can crit for close to like, I think I was critting for close to like 700, 800k on the ability. However, when you looked at all the other sequence nodes that we took a look at, it's fair to say that it's not necessarily at the same level. However, what I will say is, I do think it's probably at like the bottom of A at the most, because once again, right, we're comparing it to all these other ones. I think it's on a similar level to Zani's, right? I think it's on a similar level to Zani's and Augustus. Because once again, we talked about how these guys didn't have multiplier increases, but they have like stat boosts instead. She's got a combination of stat boosts and multiplier increases. But do factor this in as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about DPS S2s over here. It's not really that important because you're still going to fucking murder the content. It's about how fast you're murdering the content. All right. Oh, I forgot a unit over here. Sorry, it's just I like to pretend this unit doesn't exist. Okay, let's cover Rosia. S1. It's a piece of shit. This is so trash, it's unbelievable. It basically like shortens her rotation by half a second. However, it does basically lock off an essential part of her kit. Interruption resistance while she's jumping in the air. This character basically doesn't feel like a proper unit at S0 because her interruption resistance is negative and she has to bounce 3 times and she just gets knocked around like crazy. However, when she's at S1, you can just, well, do your 3 bounces and then get the fuck off of her. So yeah, this is the best sequence node she probably has. Feels like it should have been in her baseline kit. I guess it's high value that way, but it does feel like a part of the character is missing. So that's part of why I don't like her. Her S2 Well, it's the same exact S2 that Chikona and Lupa both have. And you can probably guess, right? She's probably going to go in the same exact spot because of it. However, I will say she's probably at the higher of B tier because of how essential her S1 feels to her kit. And once again, this is going to be based off of the character, not the pull value of the character. Like I said before, if we're basing these S's, these sequence nodes, off of the pull value of the character, Zani would be in D. Because you shouldn't even pull Zani in the first place, because she's actually a bad unit to have on your account. And so again, if we were basing this off of overall pull value, she'd be down here. But we're basing it off how the sequence nodes improve the character. And it's no lie at all to say that Rosia's S1 makes her 30 times more playable, and you're going to reset like 30 times less than her. So that's why she's here. All right. Next one that we got up next is going to be none other than... We're not looking at 4-star units. Oh, we're out of 2.0, boys. We're out of 2.0, boys. Let's take a look at Camellia. All right. So Camelia's first sequence node is just going to give her 28% critical damage as well as interruption resistance during ephemeral. I don't view interruption resistance during ephemeral as that helpful because it's really easy to not get interrupted during ephemeral. It has like a half-second cast time, and like you actually move on the Y-axis and can dodge attacks with it. So basically, I view the real value of this as 28% critical damage. It's okay. It's not like the craziest thing ever. I'm not going to call it like giga amazing. It's 20% critical damage, but a lot of other crit boosting ones are better than this or comparable. Second one. Damage multiplier of resonance skill ephemeral is increased by 120%. And so this is where it's going to be really similar to Carlotta. However, ephemeral just deals way more damage at a baseline. We saw 600% for Carlotta before. Ephemeral is at 1262. So basically, this is a way more, I would say, it's basically a similar sort of like accessibility overall. It's just this nuke is AoE and not tied to the liberation. So I'll just say it probably goes in like the same exact spot as like these three. I would rate like the 4 of these guys pretty comparable. You can like kind of like interchange these. It doesn't really matter too much, right? And they've always been closely tied together. It's been closely tied together. All right. Now let's move on a little bit further. Shorekeeper. Her S1 makes her playable on mobile. Casting Ephemeral is not a PC exclusive ability. Maybe you actually if you can't cast Ephemeral without getting interrupted, you might actually just be bad at timing. No lie. You might actually just be really bad at timing the ability. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, if you can't time Ephemeral properly, it literally is a skill issue. Like, just, it has a half-second casting time. Just don't cast it while the enemy's winding up to fucking deliver a massive blow to you. Like, just do it after they swing. All right. Let's look at Shorekeeper's nodes now. Shorekeeper's S1. It's a quality of life upgrade. There's a reason why I don't even talk about my S1, because you'll notice over here, oh, it increases the range, the duration of the buff, and then lets it persist after using Discernment. But it doesn't matter because after you use Discernment, you're on Shorekeeper, and then you immediately trigger your next Liberation. Basically, it's just, this doesn't boost your damage at all. This doesn't really boost your damage significantly to any degree. It's the sequence node, though, that does, just make her easier to play and lets you do longer rotations and lets you experiment a little bit more. But it functionally does not actually do that much for her. The second one, though, is where it gets a little bit interesting. This causes Shorekeeper's Stellar Realm, which already provides a shit ton of buffs, right? Like crit rate and critical damage, 12.5% crit rate, 25% critical damage. It'll also give you 40% attack to the entire team. And this is kind of like the take. This node over here will basically make all of your teams that scale off of attack deal more damage, right? And the thing is that some characters in this game are going to benefit a lot more from this compared to other ones. I would just say at a baseline, it is strong. However, if you're at the point where you're pulling sequence nodes for a Shorekeeper, this is more so that she can apply her bonuses to a bunch of different teams. However, if you're looking to improve the performance of one team in particular, it's always going to be better to pull nodes of the specific DPS unit. So if you're looking, right, for the most general team buffing that can be used across a bunch of different ways, you want the most widely usable sequence node in the game, I think it's an S+. However, at a raw strength baseline sequence node, I think it's actually, like, if you're trying to improve the DPS of a team specifically, you have 2 sequence nodes that you can pull. It's probably closer to here, right? If you're only looking to boost one team in the game. Because think about it this way, right? All you're really getting is 40% attack if your goal is to only support one team. But if you're looking for the most widely usable one, it's up here. But like I said, right, it depends on what your priorities actually are. But on a raw strength level, guys, her S2 is functionally the same, right, as like a S1. Or like it's very similar to a Chakona S1. And this is what I mean by it, right? It'll be super flexible and let you support a bunch of teams, but raw strength-wise, it's not actually that high. But again, we'll go give it like the value special over here because you could use this S2 on any team in the game, and that alone is a strength of the dupe. So yeah, that's where we'll land it for now, but I've already given you the specificity of, you know, how it can actually be lower. Now let's move on to Zhang Li Yao. Yes, we're there, ladies and gentlemen. We're all the way back to version 1.2. All right, Zhang Li Yao's S1 is pretty interesting. So basically, after you use this resonance skill, Law of Rains, you'll launch out 6 convolution matrices that deal resonance liberation damage that's 8% of the skill damage multiplier. So basically, Law of Rains is this attack over here. And you'll basically deal 6 times 8 or 42% of this. You cast this 3 times in your liberation. This is about, like, let me just see over here. That's about 600%, around 630% multiplier. It's an additional, like, it's at 256%. Wait, 3 times 8 times 5. Why are we doing 3 times 8 times 5? Wouldn't it be 8% of like 6? Because again, this is 95.73 times 4 plus 255. That's around like 630%. Yeah, so 6 times 8 times, well, 6 times 0.8 times 643. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's around 308% additional motion value during his rotation. It's around 300% motion value. Oh, sorry. No, it's around 300%. Wait, 6 times 0.8 times 6. No, it's around 900%. I feel like I need to see the math now. No, his S1's actually pretty strong. No, his S1's actually pretty strong. Yeah, so basically, I just did some quick math over here. Ignore the fact that it... So that's the increase per Law of Rains, right? And then you multiply that by 3, it should be around like 900-something% extra. Which, for an S1, an additional 900% in your rotation is actually pretty good. It's actually one of the better S1s in the game, if we're frankly being honest. His S2, though, is where stuff gets a little bit interesting. Well, he deals an additional 30% critical damage. It's kind of shit. I think his S1 and S2 were actually swapped. I'm frankly going to be honest. I think his S1 and S2 were like swapped. Because his S1 is actually really good, and then his S2 is like, oh, this is Camelia's S1. By the way, 0.8 is 80%. Yes, dipshits. Yes, dipshits. I literally adjusted it when I showed you the fucking calculation. You didn't see me fucking do it, but like you don't even see the math over here. Like, yes, I adjusted it. It's 0.08. That is 8%. Yes, you guys can't read. I understand that. Like, Jesus Christ. That's the right fucking number.
Oh, by the way, point eight.
Talking to me like I'm stupid. You're the dumb one. You can't see, bro. But you still have eyes. All right. So that's going to be the whole S1, S2 sort of thing. Zhang Liao's S2 is not that great, but his S1 is actually pretty good. And so the end sort of like conclusion that I'll go with this one is I think he's a pretty okay. I think he has a good increase on S1, but it's fair to say that sequence nodes have gotten pretty decently power crept over time. They've gotten decently power crept, and I think he belongs at bottom of A tier. I think it is a significant boost over these because, like I said before, multiplier increases are very, very, very significant. And multiplier increases are something that you can't get multiplier increases anywhere else other than a character's kit, right? They don't got no Sonata sets, right? That say increase the damage multiplier of your liberation. But they do have a bunch of Sonata sets, right? That are like increase your electro damage bonus or your attack bonus and stuff like that. So that's why multiplier damage bonuses are like so. I kind of consider them higher value because they have a much higher ceiling built into their kits. So yeah, I think A is a decent spot because it is a big boost. All right, next character we've got ready for ourselves is Chang Li. I'm just going to preemptively put this in C. Her S2 is so fucking bad, it's unbelievable. She might have the worst actually genuinely the worst S2 in the game. S1. Deal 10% more damage on 2 abilities. What even is this thing, bro? I don't think there's a damage difference between S0 and S1 Chang Li. This is the worst sequence node in the game. It is without a doubt the worst one in the fucking game. I don't even... Guys, it's tripartite flames and flaming sacrifice. So this is the thing. Where the fuck is tripartite flames, bro? Wait, I don't even know where... Oh, here we go. It's a 10% increase on all of these, man. It's 10% increase on all of these. It's a 3% damage increase overall. So, wait, according to Pridewind's calculations, this is a 3% damage increase? That's so dog shit, it's unbelievable. And then her seconds node is just, you gain 25% crit rate. So you get a 3% damage increase, and then you get more crit rate. Are you guys beginning to see why this is the worst one in the game? I'm not even, wait a second. No, it belongs in D. It belongs in D. No, Cantarella being done dirty. This is shit. It's so bad, it's unbelievable. If any character deserves a rework to their sequence nodes, it's this unit. It's this fucking unit. She has, without a doubt, the worst ones I've ever seen. Wait. Let's see. Sorry, I've spread misinformation, guys. It's not a 3% damage increase. It's a 2.5%. I spread misinfo. It's only a 2.5%. It's not 3. That gotta be the worst S1 in existence, bro. Like, good God, this is trash. And this one's not that much better. Because all this does is it just lets her use a crit damage forecast. Great. Awesome. All right. So that's where she's going to go. Hopefully that you don't need any more explanation. Hopefully you've seen why every other character in the game has better sequence nodes than her. I even think Shorekeeper's, like, at just her 40% attack is better than Chang Li's entire thing. I'm not even joking. All right, let's move on. Let's look at Jancy. Okay, we're getting back to our roots over here. Oh, I forgot G-Jaw. Casting Resonance skill is going to give you 10% crit rate and 15 resonance energy. This one's actually pretty decent because it lets you at least skip an ER roll on your build, but getting 130 ER on Jeja isn't even hard anyways. So it's like, and 10% crit rate is just like, you couldn't give her more? It's whatever. It's okay. You get a substat. Basically, her S1 is you can skip 2 substats on her build. Congratulations. You got Jeja's S1. You spent all that shit for it, and you get to skip 1 ER roll, and you get to skip 1 crit roll. Awesome. Great. That's all this is. The second one is going to increase the max number of Inklet spirits summoned by her liberation by 6. So her S2 is 600% additional motion value. Or sorry. Let me correct that. 390% additional motion value. This is dog shit. That's really bad. It's like around here. I think Chang Li's definitely at the bottom, but this is like it's slightly above it. All right, I got no comment there. You guys already know it's all dog shit. Let's move on. Let's move on and take a look at Jinxie's. All right, so we're gonna have a similar situation over here. We've already done a bit of a spoiler, right? Jinxie's S1 is really good. So essentially, it gives her an 80% damage bonus on the biggest nuke in her kit. And so Jinxie's S1 can oftentimes just be enough to absolutely destroy all the content in the game. And then her S2 is a pile of dog shit. Yeah, this might be actually the worst S2 in the game. And the reason why is because when you're taking this into any content, like endgame, this does nothing. Because the right way of playing Jinxie is you actually start off like the rotation. It's like you get to skip like an opening rotation at the start of the battle to like generate your forte and your outro skill and stuff like that. And it's just like, this is like an S2 that's just overworld. If you're thinking about using this S2 in like the end game content where it matters, I'm not going to lie, it doesn't really do that much because it saves you about 5 seconds at the start of a run. It's like 5 seconds at the start of a run is what you end up saving with this S2. It's nice, though, if you're farming Overworld, but hey, I guess that's value on its own. But her S1 is strong enough, I think, to put her at the top of B. I think her S1 is enough for her to be at the top of B. I personally think that she might be at bottom of A. She might be at bottom of A. I would say this. Top of B if you don't care about overworld farming. Bottom of A if overworld farming is a factor for you. Honestly, she might be higher up in A if overworld farming is a factor for you. So that's where I'll put it. Just use Frolova for farming. What if I don't have her? What if I only have... Like, what if I don't have her? Because a lot of people skip Frolova. I don't think a lot of people skip Jinxie, though. All right, now we got Yinlin. Oh, dearie me. All right, Yanlin. S1. Resident skill, magnetic roar and lightning damage deals 70% more damage. Lightning execution. Y'all ready to see how with the motion value on these abilities? Whoa, 75% more damage. Huge. 150% motion value. And then 320%. This is not real. It's not real. Second one. Improves her rotation time. Resident skill, electromagnetic blast, recovers an additional 5 judgment points, which is her forte circuit, and 5 resonance energy. You know what? This is the thing. I'm going to rate Yinlin's above Chang Li's because at least Yinlin's allows her to have a shortened rotation time. Chang Li's is just like, Chang Li's S2 literally is gain 40% crit damage. And that's her entire first 2 sequence nodes. That's Chang Li. This is like, at least she rotates faster, so it's like, it can have like a meaningful impact on her gameplay. Ow, it's a competition between these two at the bottom, though. One thing for certain is that Wuthering Waves' old units, they got some dog shit sequence nodes. And now we're ready for the real highlight of the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jian. And the first one that we got over here is this. Resonant skill Wind Queller can be used one more time, and when casting Resonant skill Wind Queller, the resolve cost is decreased by 50%. This would be an okay sequence node if one thing about Jian's kit was changed. If Wind Queller dealt heavy attack damage. Unfortunately, what ends up resulting is that Jian's Wind Queller, having extra charges, functionally is useless because using it is a DPS loss. Because Qinglong, Emerald Storm, all of this, it deals more damage than his skill. And so, if you actually use his sequence node, right, his S1 to its max potential, you're using that shit on cooldown because, like, it's a sequence node, I gotta use it. Your DPS goes down. Yeah, if you're making full use of Jian's S1, your DPS goes down. So, this could be one of the only sequence nodes in the game that literally, if you don't use it properly, your DPS goes down. That's impressive that he has one like this. Second, his S2 is a 28% attack boost. I'm gonna be honest. It's not that bad. Obviously, it's dog shit when you look at every other S2 in the game. It's worse than S1s that give 40% attack and 35% attack. It's pretty awful, right? But I will factor in one thing. His S2 is at least a stepping stone to his S3. And Jian's S3 is like 2 sequence nodes combined, right? We can agree that Jian's S3 is like 2 sequence nodes combined. He gains 16% crit rate and 32% critical damage. If we were to do an S3 tier list, Jian would be decently high. 28% attack, 16% crit rate, and 32% critical damage is kind of a lot. That's a lot of raw stats. And so, I'll factor in that he has a nice stepping stone to S3. Not a lot of people have it. And I'll put him at either the top of D or the bottom of C. Because guess what, guys? Look at all the people below Jian. What's... Ooh, great. A 45% attack damage bonus on Jeja at the end of Jeja's rotation. It's decent. Not as good as Jian's. Yinlin's S3. Hey, guys. A 55% damage multiplier increase on an ability that... Oh, great. Oh, awesome. My coordinated attacks are going to deal 100% damage instead of 78. And then who else? What is it? Chang Li? What's Chang Li's S3? Ooh, wow. An 80% damage increase on my Resonance Liberation. If there was a damage multiplier increase, you'd have an argument over here. But an 80% damage increase is not that good. I'm not even joking with you right now. Only an 80% damage increase isn't that good. If it was a damage multiplier increase, I'd see what you're talking about. But when this is stacking with every other damage increase that you have in your kit, like the 60% you're going to be getting from your echoes, as well as diluted by any resonance liberation damage rolls you have, this is actually kind of dog shit, especially when it only works on one ability in her kit. So yeah, like I said before, if we were to look at it from a stepping stone to S3 angle, Gion's is literally, his S3 is like genuinely way better than all of these. Almost probably combined, if we're frankly being real. So yeah, that's why he's going to be rated higher, and that's the only reason. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our updated S2 tier list for Wuthering Waves version 2.6. And of course, right, we can always update this even more into the future as it goes on. But if I'm waiting for every single update, then naturally, right, if I'm waiting for every single update, then naturally, I might just end up waiting for a long time. And people could be asking, oh, Saint, why aren't you looking at the S3s for other units? We're only looking at S3s for units that have some dog shit S2s and dog shit S1s. Because the goal of this, right, is to factor in the value of what you can get from the Coral Shop. And you can't get S3 from the Coral Shop. It's not possible. However, if the characters do have genuinely just awful S2s and awful S1s, then I will factor in the impact of their S3s. However, there are only 4 1.x units that, in my opinion, fall into that bucket. And so that's why we took a look at their S3s. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I know that this was a pretty fun, wild ride, but I will say that the overall results are pretty comparable to what we've had before when it comes to the game. But there's one clear winner over here, and that's going to be Frolova, just absolutely leading the pack when it comes to overall return on investment when it comes to those corals. Her scaling is, without a doubt, almost unethical with what's going on. And so, yeah, she will actually be the queen of S2s for a long time coming, because I don't think she's actually really balanced at all. So yeah, let me know what you all thought, ladies and gentlemen. Peace. All right, that's that one. Fun time. All right, S2 tier list updated, and then we'll go from there. Oakley dokley. All right, let me go see if our boys can get this. This tier list update 4 a.m. tomorrow. All right, neat. Okay, neat. All right, why is Carti's S2 A tier? I mean, it's not. Again, I've already made the clarification for it in the video. If you plan on playing Cartithia solo, her S2 is great. However, if you're playing Cartithia in a team, her S2 is like, all right. It's not like amazing, because most of its strength is in her base form. And if you're playing her in a team with Chacona and Arrow Rover, you're not using like her base form a fuck ton, because there's no reason to, because you're already applying Arrow Erosion and shit. So it's like, it feels like a little bit of like a conflicting node. It's oddly designed. So yeah, that's why it's S2. And there are just, these other nodes are just like straight up better most of the time. Yeah, that's essentially it. Her plunge nuke is stronger than Big Cartithia at S2. Yeah, probably. And that's why, again, playing her solo is It's a great sequence note if you're solo, but if you're not playing her solo, it's kind of not really like that. Again, like every single time I talk about this character, I get a bunch of like weirdos come in and be like,
Why is she not the best at everything? Ah!
every single time. Like I like it's just I've even given you guys like a circumstance where she's S and like you're still like,
Well, she needs to be more S. She needs to be higher in S.
it's just like, guys, I'm just gonna be real here. You will be known as the most like annoying mains community in the game. I think you guys already are the most annoying mains community in the game. Like I still have butthurt Cartithia players saying, because I said Gian is better in Whimpering Waste than her, they're just outright saying,
Saint's just a dumb glazer. He's just a homosexual male enjoyer. He even said that Gion's better than Cartithia.
in Whimpering Waste, which is a fact, right? But they leave out the Whimpering Waste part because they're so butthurt that, like, I didn't say their fucking queen was the best unit in the history of the game. And it's like, guys, I'll say the same. You want to know one community that has mellowed out dramatically? The Chang Li mains. Yes, sirree. The Chang Li mains have mellowed out entirely because they realized I was right all along. And I'll just repeat to the Cartithia community what I said to the Chang Li mains community several months ago. Y'all ready for y'all might not be ready for this one. Okay? Y'all might not. This is going to be a devastating emotional blow. And I hope that if you guys feel like your world has like changed dramatically after this, seek some counseling or something, okay? I'm about to drop a truth bomb on you guys. I need to prepare for this one. It's going to be crazy. All right. Y'all ready? She's not real. She's not real. She's a bundle of code. Not a real person. And so, she doesn't have actual emotions. She's not going to get offended by her placement on a tier list. So why are you? Especially when there's good reasons given. If you're upset at what I just said, and you're thinking about typing a comment about this, press the backspace button, hold it down so you delete the entire thing you were about to write, turn off the computer, and go outside! We good? All right. That was a fun little breakdown, wasn't it? All right. That was a fun little breakdown. That would have been a crazy mic moment. Yeah, probably. Okay. Okay. Oh, I want to, and one thing that I probably forgot to delineate was that Furlova is a fair amount ahead of all these other characters. She's a fair amount ahead. What were the considerations for this tier list? How fucking good the S2s are. Yep. Are they worth getting? That was the consideration for the tier list. Is the S2 worth getting? All right, let me look over here. How is Gacha content looking right now, ladies and gentlemen? How is Gacha content looking right now? It's not looking particularly good, right? I feel like the only video that I've seen regarding Wuthering Waves recently has been that fucking Vars one. It's been that Vars one. How did this even happen, though? All right, you know what? Surely at this point we can. Surely at this point the only thing we can do is help, right? By reacting to this. I was like thinking maybe this will pop off in a day, and I was just like, nah, that is not happening. That one is not happening, brother. Yeah, I think the only thing we can do by reacting to this is help. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go for. Okay. Gacha is falling. Well, we have already identified that Hoyo shills are literally sabotaging Wuthering Waves with feedback. So that's 1,000,000% happening. They are astroturfing the feedback reports and completely griefing actual players of the fucking game because they want to go play My Little Pony character selector, and literally 35 days into the fucking patch, they haven't started any of the content in it. Brother, what's going on? Brother, what's going on? This is what you consider wringing water out of a stone? Yeah, that's what this feels like, isn't it? Yeah, that's what this feels like. All right. Let me go ahead. I'm going to go take a... I need to go take a piss. I realize I've been streaming for like 3 fucking hours. I'm about it. I'm not going to speak anymore on the matter. Let me go play some music real fast. All right, baby. Don't get too excited for the music. I might forget it.
Could you spare a second? Slow your pace, listen to the story of Cardithia. She called for freedom, she yearned for legend, dreaming of splendid adventure. Will the prophecy manifest? Will I be the maiden who's blessed and walk down the glory path? Bring honor and brightness back. Wipe out all the enemies in sight. There is no turning back this time. Will it realize? Will it realize? Will the laurel be placed on my head? One day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever last. Prophecy is nothing but a vicious light. Here comes the growling dark tide. The more pain she feels, the clearer she sees.
Should I keep playing the song? You guys prefer the song over my stream?
I can hear the bell.
I'm not gonna look at chat for a little bit while I untangle
It's
my,
high time to turn it around. I'll carry on my glorious journey
Alright, I hate my chat.
with the blessings and wish by my
Alright, I hate my chat.
side.
They're awful. Awful, terrible, awful people.
The fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. This will be a lies.
We're ready. We're ready. There we go. Enough people said turn it off. Enough people said turn it off. I got a resounding total of 2 chatters who said that. So I gotta go. I gotta be like Kuro Games and go listen to the minority of players. I'm just following in the dev's footsteps. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that Mr. Vars2 has gone ahead and uploaded some more Wuthering Waves content. And this one is entirely focused on the new player experience and the best way to play with an updated progression guide. So it's been quite a while since I think like any Wuwa creators have come out with like a progression guide, especially given, you know, all of the new updates that have come in. So I'm excited to see what Vars has to share because, well, I'm gonna be real, I'm not a new player, and naturally, right, there might be some additional things along the line, some additional tips that I might be able to fill in as well, if there's anywhere to, you know, go with the points that he's making. So without further ado, let's go ahead, let's see what he has to share, and get right on into it.
Waves has been progressing.
I think that I skipped around the first half frame of the video. That's why he said othering waves. Let's replay that.
Wuthering Waves has been progressing well into version 2 at this point, and with the game progressively gaining more attention and praise for its story, combat, quality of life improvements and whatnot, there has been a steady influx of new players joining the game, and while most Day 1 beginner guides should still have good information, in light of all that's changed and all the new stuff we have, I wanted to make an updated step-by-step progression guide for any new or returning player in Wuthering Waves. In this video, I'll be giving a quick overview of
I have my own, like, new player guide as well, but that was way back at, like, the start of, like, version 2.0. So that was, I think, when the biggest influx of new players actually was. I feel like this second one might have been a lot more impactful during 2.4. And I'm not gonna lie, I think I'm gonna come out with my own fleshed out one for 3.0, because I do think that's going to be another big resurgence
of what you should do during all stages of the game, from when you just start out all the way to endgame, as well as offer some tips on how you can best manage your resources and plan ahead for a smooth experience. Understand this will be a general guide video, so there's only so much time I can spend on any one part.
Looks like bro's using some old footage. The game don't look like that no more, Mr. Vars 2. The game don't be looking like that no more. They got that auto-tune button.
If you're looking for detailed character or team building guides, I recommend you check out my other content. But anyway, let's not waste any more time and begin. Acting under the assumption that you're just starting out or are relatively new to the game, we'll tackle the early stages of Wuwa to kick things off. My first and foremost step when it comes to handling the early game is resource conservation.
Okay.
A massive pitfall inexperienced gacha players run into is that they overinvest materials and whatnot into characters and items that may not necessarily offer the best return on investment.
This is a big one. Let me just give you all a personal anecdote that I have. You'll notice on my account over here, I have this thing called a level 70 unit. I raised this guy to level 70, took him into like one of the first couple of floors of the TOA, and then realized this character's a steaming pile of dog shit in the hands of 90% of players, right? And I was just like, man, I wish I could refund everything that I spent on this guy, all the mats, all the EXP, all the skill mats, all of that, and just reset him back to level 1. You don't want that experience, especially knowing that there are like tier lists, guides, priorities, so many more characters in the game. You don't want to fall into the pit trap of raising this dude and then keep him at level 70, and then basically all these resources that you put in are just like, what are you doing with them? They're essentially wasted. And that's a day 1 of this game, version 1.0 era mistake.
For example, let's say you get a copy of Jinshin. At first glance, she appears to be a solid all-rounder, and to her credit she is, no denying that. However, her longevity in the late to end game leaves a lot to be desired, and with how gacha games, Wuwa included, intentionally constrain the amount of resources you can grind for, you'll end up hurting your progression in the long run if you spend recklessly. As such, the main priority is to only use what you absolutely need to as you progress through the early stages of Wuthering Waves. From the main story quest line.
Okay, so I think that this is an opportunity over here to really, for me to expand on this point. If you're a person that's looking to clear the TOA as fast as possible, then the priority that you should have for actually raising out your units should be like this. First things first, you want to raise, let's just say, 3 DPS units as high as you possibly can, right? That should be the goal. You want to build out around 3 teams and raise 3 DPS units as high as you can. Then you take the sub DPS for the DPS unit that you've already raised, and then do a moderate amount of investment on them, right? Probably just get them on something like a Moonlit Clouds Echo set, an Empyrene Anthem Echo set, something along those lines, so that they can be built with way less resources, but then still provide these meaningful buffs like a massive amount of attack, or, for the Impermanence Heron, a nice 12% damage boost. So that's what I would recommend for all new players, is go for a DPS that, I know it's ironic that I showed Cartithia. This is why I actually don't call her that great for new players, right? Because another character, hypothetically, right, that scales off of attack, let's just say, and for the example, right, I'll just use like a Camellia or something. You could just use like a Sanhua on like a Moonlit Clouds, right? And they just kind of like go from there. Where's my Sanhua? Yeah, like this is the build. Like this would be frequently a build that I run on this unit. Put on a random 3-cost Echo for Moonlit Clouds. Don't really care about the substats too much, and then just kind of like go from there. This type of unit should be the second built priority, and then the third should be a bunch of different supports, right? These should be the last individuals on the roster that are getting a high level of investment from you, because a lot of them can actually do their job starting from just level 50. And this is what my skill tree actually looks like for my Verena in version 2.6 of the game. I got her in 1.0, and this is what my skill tree looks like. Honestly, all you really need is this inherent that you can get at like level 50 for an attack boost, and then go from there, and then just put her on random. I mean, you can. I use her in endgame content all the time, and she's got a fucking +0 Echo. I forgot this was on her. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice that she had this on her. That's how little investment those characters, those support characters, even like a Baija as well, actually need. So, however, make sure you do invest in like these variations and stuff if you have the opportunity. So that's what I would just do at like a very quick summary for prioritizing investments.
Wuthering Waves.
Alright, let's play back this part a little bit.
In the long run if you spend recklessly. As such, the main priority is to only use what you absolutely need to as you progress through the early stages of Wuthering Waves. From the main story questline to overworld exploration and basic combat, the game should be relatively easy for you to take on without spending that many materials. Obviously, as you progress in account rank, the world difficulty will increase at a commensurate rate, so what you're going to want to do is focus on completion and accumulation. I'm not saying you need to rush your early game experience and binge everything to the point where you burn yourself out, but the faster you unlock everything, the more efficiently you can make use of your limited supply of items. The main way to acquire a bunch of free materials, experience, what have you, is by doing every possible thing the game has to offer.
I think this is good advice. Raising your world level as fast as possible is, without a doubt, the best way to get the most efficiency out of your, well, your wave plates, right? And this is your time-constrained resource. And the thing is, right, you can literally see, it's like, oh, you can see what the rewards are in Phase 1. When you start the game, I can only get blue and green shit. But now over here, I'm getting purple and gold. Huh. And you'll notice, right, there's a certain point, there's a certain threshold where you really should try to rush to. I don't think you need to rush to Phase 8, but getting to Phase 5 is where it's really, really, really important, right? Especially for Tacit Fields. Because you're going to notice over here, right? Oh, I start getting gold tuners and gold echoes at a certain point. You start unlocking them at Soul Phase 4. And then and then when you eventually get to a certain level, I believe it's around 7, you lose the ability to even get like I think it's like Soul 5 or 6. You lose the ability to get anything other than gold echoes. So, yeah, that's something that you can do as well.
Any and every quest you can find, both the ones
Okay. I need to go clean up YouTube chat for a second. Yeah, all you guys talking about this, I think I'm just gonna ban all of you. I'm just banning all of you. Alright. Yep, that I just banned about 4 people. Okay. Yeah. You're out too. Okay, how about you guys stop being fucking weirdos in my chat? Oh wait. You're not allowed to be weirdos in my chat anymore. Yeah, this is what I just had to do right now, guys. Holy shit. I literally just banned like 5 people. Yeah. They were talking about Verena, Nahida, and Age. I feel like I don't need to expand any further from there. Yeah, so everyone involved in that conversation, I just banned all of them. Yeah, see you guys. Editor, don't keep that in the video. Alright.
doing every possible thing the game has to offer. Complete any and every quest you can find, both the ones mandatory for story progression as well as the world quests, of which many are necessary for unlocking certain parts of the overworld exploration. On that note, while it may be tedious, exploration is inextricably linked with the game's overall progression. Unlike in Genshin, for example, where exploration is sort of an optional side thing you can do, world option is absolutely crucial for your progression in Wuwa because 1. The game is a Pokédex of sorts. In order to gain access to higher tiered echoes, the game's equipment system, you'll need to collect any and every unique echo type in the game. The only way to do that is...
I see. Yeah, so basically what Vars is talking about over here is the databank, and this is what guarantees whether or not you get gold echoes. And so, as you collect more of these bad boys, right, you get a higher level, and then I think at level 21, you guarantee 5 stars on all your echoes. You gotta raise your UL as well to be able to unlock higher databank levels. So that's where having the higher soul phases, that's where it really comes in for this one. When it comes to the gear accumulation side.
By going through the overworld and killing everything you come across. Kill everything that moves and pick up everything that can be interacted with, whether you think you'll need it or not.
And this is how you level up the databank. The UL is how you unlock the higher levels, the ability to get to them, but to actually unlock the stuff, well, you gotta do a little bit of that grinding.
Because one day you might. Many day 1 players like myself basically spend a good week or 2 running from corner to corner, unlocking everything and collecting echoes to get our databanks to level 20. The sooner you do it, the faster you can get higher tiered echoes that will ultimately gear you towards the endgame.
I would say the priority for rushing story content, like Vars was saying before, is definitely to get to SOL 4 to SOL 5. And when you're on SOL 4 to SOL 5, you unlock the max level of the databank alongside the highest possible tier of drops from your dailies. So that would be probably the best way to go. Bum rush this as fast as you can if you're trying to get the most out of your daily resources, but don't feel the pressure to take it a little bit more slow if you really enjoy the exploration or the story content, because at the end of the day, right, these first couple of phases go super fast, but it's not like you're going ahead, right, and you need to, like, really rush it because you're missing out on, what, a day or 2 of higher drop rates? It's not really that big of a deal. So, once again, don't feel too much FOMO from the daily system, because believe me when I say this, once you reach the end game of this game, you'll be able to build whoever you want, whenever you want, at a really, really fast pace.
In addition to upgrading your databank level, your union level, aka your account level, is top priority. Part of why I recommend you do every single quest possible is to, of course, gain union experience to increase your account level. In doing so, you'll obtain access to higher level domains that offer better quantity and quality of rewards per waveplate.
I would have dared. There's a reason why I was talking about this one first, because You need this to unlock all the other ones.
Wuwa's energy system. I know for a new player it may seem overwhelming to have to do so many quests and explore so many areas, but realistically, there's no other way to go about it. You could opt to go for a more slow burn route by simply using your daily supply of energy, but doing quests, the guidebook, daily missions, whatever events are taking place at the time, and especially world exploration can help you get that much further ahead. Not to mention that
Apparently, you can reach UL 40 in 1 day if you really grind. That's like UL 40, SOL like 4, I believe, in 1 day if you really put in the effort.
that's where the bulk of the game's free asteroids are found, so it will be a bit of a grind, but it will pay off in the long run.
SOL 5? Oh yeah, you start off at 1. So yeah, SOL 5 and then UL 40 can actually be done in a day if you're that dedicated.
Incidentally, regarding wave plates, honestly just use only the ones you accumulate over time. Do not use any crystal solvents yet. As for what to spend your wave plates on, best use of them in the early game is to farm the resource domains and or take on world bosses to level up your units. Don't bother going to Tasta fields quite yet, except for trying to get echoes to level up your data bank. I recommend making liberal use of the Wuthering Waves interactive map, as it will give you the exact locations of quite literally everything in the game. That way you won't have to meander aimlessly and waste precious time. So, to summarize the early game, basically go through the story quest and get as far as you can, only using experience materials and whatnot to get your characters, whomever they are, to just good enough to complete the obligatory fights. Then you'll want to take a bit of time to explore and complete every possible world quest you have access to, during which kill every enemy you come across and work towards achieving Databank 20 and leveling your account rank as well. Now that you've begun your
I would say that counts as about right. I would say the second that you're UL 40 and you've unlocked SOL level 5, you are essentially out of the early game. So I think a lot of this discussion that's going to be happening next should be focused a lot more on the intermediate, like gear grinding, echo building, that sort of stuff.
progression, we have made it to mid-game, at which point you might be asking, when do I get to start spending resources and gearing up my characters? Technically, you were able to do it from the very beginning, but the reason I advise waiting until now to start thinking about that is because, like I said, you'll get more resources and wherewithal to upgrade the characters in question once you get higher quality gear. For example, there's no point investing in green, blue, or purple echoes. Wait until you get gold ones.
My take on this is it's not that big of a deal to level up green, blue, and purple echoes. Just know that they will be replaced immediately and that you kind of are just only using them for the raw stat bonuses. Because I would dare say that there's one thing in the game that would prevent you from doing that, right? And some could call it a pitfall. I don't think it's really that deep, though, because this is essentially it. If you go into synthesis, right, if you want to upgrade your purple echoes, you would have to use something called purple tuners, right? And you'll notice, oh, Saint, you still have some purple tuners. The unfortunate part is that it's a 5-to-1 ratio. And so even if you have 174 purple tuners, which is actually quite a lot, that's like from the exploration, right? That converts into about 34 echoes or 34 tuners, gold tuners. And that's like 3 substat rolls, right? Versus 100 something of these purple ones, which can be a lot of substats on purple echoes. And if the purple echoes are going to be enough to make your early game experience go by a lot faster, i.e., you can get to UL 40, you can get to SOL level 5, you can do the story quests, the exploration, all of that significantly faster because you threw on a crit rate 4-cost purple echo, then go for it, right? You're spending a little bit of your RNG leveling up resource to be able to clear the baseline content a lot faster. Just don't try to min-max these and look for like double crit and stuff like that. But don't feel hesitant to level them because at the end of the day, the conversions themselves aren't particularly high, so you're not losing out on too much by, going from 174 purple tuners down to 100, because you only need like 70 to build out a full set.
First thing you want to do is begin planning out a proper team. Wuthering Waves might have one of the most generous new player experiences of all time, especially following the anniversary. Here's what you have access to if you're just joining the game now. The novice discount banner.
I'm actually very excited to see what's available. Though I would say this might be something that actually, just for like organizational purposes, shit, I feel like people could low-key start planning their teams in like the early game phase. And I think this point goes hand in hand with the don't waste resources point, right? That Vars actually brought up earlier in the video. Because what's the best way to save resources? Knowing where you're not going to spend.
Banner enables you to. Here's what you have access to if you're just joining the game now. The novice discount banner enables you to pull a 5-star character very quickly, as all standard pulls are 20% off on it, letting you get access to a standard banner unit fast. Then once you finish a banner, you can select a 5-star to have as a guaranteed pull on your next time getting a 5-star.
I would say there's reroll potential here. I don't think it's necessary, but you can easily go ahead and like re-roll your account to ensure that you get one of these two characters. I would say Verena is naturally the highest priority, and you might even want to skip Encore completely depending on who your first couple of pulls actually are. But yeah, these two are definitely considered the best standard units in the game currently. Verena for natural, very, very good, very, very good high-tier support reasons, and then Encore being the best main DPS that's on the standard banner. But likewise, you could just have a main DPS be one of your first limited pulls, because you're going to have enough.
Then once you finish a banner, you can select a 5-star to have as a guaranteed pull on your next time getting a 5-star.
Saints should talk about the starter banners being a trap. How are they a trap? What, because you might regret pulling Shorekeeper?
Among the 5 to go for, definitely pick Verena. Verena is by far the best standard 5-star character to go for and will be a mainstay in your roster for a long while to come. Now, on top of the choice banner, you're also able to flat out receive a free standard 5-star upon completing the beginner event. If you selected Verena for your choice banner character, I recommend getting Encore for this one or vice versa. Encore is the second best standard 5-star character and also DPS unit, so right away you have access to a strong attacker and a very strong healing support. But that's not all you'll get. New accounts will be given the opportunity to pull on the starter banners, a character and weapon banner that enables you to select any 5-star character and weapon that came out of version 1 as your guarantee.
And I would dare say it's pretty clear who the best pick is on this banner. Let's hear what Vars. He already led with it, so it's
banner that enables you to select any 5-star character and weapon that came out of version 1 as your guarantee. Go for Shorekeeper. She is unequivocally the single most crucial character in Wuthering Waves and definitively the best support in the game by leaps and bounds. No other unit comes close. Trust me, you'll thank me later. As for the weapon, Stringmaster, by far the best weapon in the game as it
I agree with both takes.
is usable across all manner of rectifier characters, one of which being Encore, so you already have an attacker who can make the most of it. Definitely the best pull value out of any weapon.
I think Vars' strat of get Verena and Encore from the 2 free standard units, get Stringmaster and Shorekeeper with your limited pulls. You also get the free Sanhua from getting a certain UL. And so you will have like a 1.0 meta team ready to go. Yeah.
To repeat, Shorekeeper and Stringmaster should be your choices for the starter banners.
I would say the only thing is that there's an issue with the pity on these banners in that the pity won't roll over. So just make sure that you, I think there's a couple of things that you should do. I would re-roll to see if I get Shorekeeper without losing a 50-50 on the beginner banner. Because unfortunately, you can lose a 50-50 on the beginner banner. I would re-roll if I lose the 50-50. Because then otherwise, right, you'd have to go to 160 total to be able to secure her. Re-roll until you get her without losing 50-50. And then get the Stringmaster weapon. And then kind of like go from there. On the flip side, while pity doesn't roll over on this beginner banner, you can still actually pull doubles on it. You can pull doubles on this. The banner doesn't just like disappear if you end up getting the unit twice. So, in a funny way, right, you can get really screwed but you can also get way more than you're actually supposed to from these starter banners. So, it really is. I'm not saying re-roll until you get a double, but it is possible for that to happen. So just keep that in mind.
Out of any weapon. To repeat, Shorekeeper and String Master should be your choices for the starter banners. It goes without saying, depending on when you see this, your options for what characters to pull for can differ based on who is available. For the sake of posterity, let's assume the only units you have available are Shorekeeper, Verena, Encore, whoever you got for your guaranteed 20% discount 5-star, and all the free 4 stars you get throughout your adventure. Sanhua, Baichi, Yuanwu, Chisha, Yangyang, and of course all versions of Rover. A decent early game team you can make that will hold you down for a fair length of time is Havoc Rover plus Dungeon. Dungeon is not available for free, so it could depend on what 4 stars are available on banner, but theoretically you should be able to pull at least 1 copy of her if you go through your standard pulls. There aren't that many 4 stars in the game.
So this is actually one of the supporting arguments for not having a lot of 4-star units. Can you go into Genshin Impact today and be like, you know what? Hey, I got like 50 standard pulls. I'm probably going to get a copy of Chevreuse, right? Hell no, brother. Hell no. You got about 50 other 4-star units that you got to contend for on the standard banner. In Wuwa, how many standard 4 stars you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. You actually have close to a 10% chance of getting the 4-star that you want on the standard banner every time the 4-star pity comes up. You have a 10% chance of getting the one that you want. That's pretty good if we're frankly being real here.
Havoc Rover, Dungeon, and Shorekeeper or Verena make for a very serviceable team. You're gonna want to get Rover to 90 anyway, and Dungeon can be worth leveling as well on account of her being a good secondary unit for several Havoc DPS units.
I think getting Rover to 90 is highly dependent on one thing. If you're planning on using Havoc Rover. If you're not planning on using Havoc Rover though, Rover actually does not need to be level 90. And getting a character to level 90 is actually quite expensive. It's quite expensive on the experience and credit side. And so, once again, unless you plan on playing them as a Havoc DPS for a significant part of the early game, I don't recommend taking them to level 90. But if you are, go for it. Because again, this is a very affordable, very good team, assuming you're using Havoc Rover, not these two.
Another team you can go for is Encore, Sanhua, and Shorekeeper or Verena.
Oh yeah, this is a gimme. Sanhua is free, by the way.
Encore is a very solid unit, and everyone gets a free copy of Sanhua, so putting these two together alongside Shorekeeper or Verena, whichever of the two you aren't using in the Havoc Rover team, can give you 2 very accessible and decently strong parties to get you through the mid-game.
And this is the thing, right? You'll never use this team, though, assuming you have one of the 2 Havoc DPSs in the game. And so this is what I mean by make sure that you're going to use Havoc Rover, because let's just say, right, you pull a Frolova or you pull a Camellia. There's not really any reason at all now for you to ever use Havoc Rover. Because Camellia can use the same exact teammates, so can Frolova, and the end result, right, is that you're going to be double dipping in attribute coverage that's not going to be necessary at all. So that's kind of what I'm talking about over here, and that's why what's on banner and who you plan on pulling matters so much. Similarly, right, in the next version, you pull Galbraina. Probably doesn't make that much sense then to go for Encore, right? Because Galbraina is going to be a fusion DPS as well. And maybe, right, because she's heavy attack oriented, she's not going to work with Sanhua, but then you can just get a Mortefi to work with her instead. And that's like another sort of like downside to the whole to this whole situation, especially heading into version 2.6. That's why it's just like, that's why I can appreciate this video and these suggestions in particular, though, because it's not always going to be a Camellia or Frolova on banner, right? It's not always going to be a Galbraina on banner. And I would say on average, these are without a doubt the highest quality teams that you can produce early on in the game.
Once you get access to gold echoes, you can now start working on gearing up those 2 teams. Since we're still not at the end game, you're gonna want to be as sparing.
He didn't mention String Master needed for Encore. Okay, I think I'm just gonna ban you from my chat because you're clearly actually disabled. He literally said get String Master off the beginner banner like 3 times. Are you just genuinely fucking stupid? Like, no lie. He actually mentioned it on the beginner banner like 3 times. How do you, like, wait, have you just... How are you this dumb? That's impressive, to be honest.
Still not at the end game, you're gonna want to be as sparing as possible. Don't overspend Echo Experience and Tuners trying to get the best substats you can. 3 out of 5 will do just fine. Remember, your target.
I'm not gonna lie, this was a pretty crazy fucking Echo. I'm gonna be real with you over here. I don't know why he decided to demonstrate this one as like a 3 out of 5 is fine. This looks low key like this is almost god tier, assuming it's a Chang Li piece. This is actually a god tier Chang Li piece.
Target is to reach endgame as quickly as possible. Instead of trying to min-max echoes, it's more preferable for you to focus on character level, weapon level, and skill level. Those offer guaranteed value.
I would say if you're really trying to progress the TOA as fast as possible, just go for, in your investments, go for a double crit. Don't even care. Okay, well, something like this is obviously pretty good, but even if this didn't have the attack, you can still use it to clear endgame. And then you can go back and then optimize the rest of your pieces later. You can also miss, and in my opinion, this is something that people don't do enough. If the rest of your substats are really good, like imagine if I had this piece, right? If I remove the critical damage, it still might actually be okay. It's low-key better to have like a lot of crit rate or like miss a crit damage roll than it is to miss like a crit rate roll. Don't look at like these insane 5 out of 5 pieces that some people might have because, well, they're like day 1 players and then think that's exactly what you need as well to clear TOA. You might need a bit more investment for the higher floors that got added in version 2.6, but for the side tower specifically and even the first 2 hazard towers, you don't need that high of a level of investment. It's definitely not necessary at all. And I think some people, they do kind of like conflate really, really good echo rolls with their ability to clear endgame a bit too much. Echo rolls will make a difference up to a point. But oftentimes they're not going to be like the differentiating factor for most players.
Figure out what order to prioritize, take some time reading through or watching guides on each individual unit. Prime One's a good place to start. They offer you information on every unit in the game, along with some other general guides. While working on your starting teams, be
I like how he didn't shill himself too much over there.
sure to
Vars.
continue exploring the map, collecting echoes, and getting your account level up as much as you can. By late game, your characters should all be getting close to level 90 with a full set of echoes and weapons.
The only characters that you need at level 90 to full clear the endgame is your DPSs. Much like I said earlier on, you only, like, the second you unlock level 90, your 3 to 4 DPS characters that you're using in the TOA should be the first ones maxed out immediately. Your supports can still be level 50. They can still be level 60 with, like, +0 echoes in some spots. Your sub DPSs can still be level 60, 70, or 80 on Moonlit Clouds. But your DPSs, by the time you unlock level 90, should be the first 3 characters fully built on your account. And then everyone else is like mugging it with like some hobo shit.
Majority of late game will be spent getting ready for you to take on the endgame, that being Tactical Hologram, Tower of Adversity, and Whimpering Wastes. There's no rule saying you should wait until you max out your units before so much as attempting them. I suggest
you can get close to full clearing even when you're at level 80 actually. And these holograms, they start at like level 40. The TOA has a bunch of introductory floors, and Whimpering Waste has introductory floors as well. So you definitely shouldn't be waiting until level 90 to do any of these. Just seeing how far you can go, even when you're in the early game or the mid-game stages.
Suggest you do so actually to try to get as many rewards as you can, such as the lower difficulty holograms or doing as much of tower and whimpering that you're capable of. You don't have
Good advice. But then again, right? Again, if you're only like the odds part about the structure of this video is that it's clearly split out into like early, middle, and late game, right? But there's still stuff that's going to be in the mid game category that you're going to do in the early game, right? Or still do in the late game. And there's going to be stuff in the late game category that you're actually doing in like the early game. So it's really just about, you got to actually know how this structure is actually going. Because if you're only starting out Wuwa or TOA the second you hit level 90 and you haven't touched it beforehand, I'm going to be real with you, brother. You are griefing.
have to perfectly clear all towers or all stages of whimpering to get rewards. So the end goal of Wuthering Waste is to have as many characters as possible, to make as many teams as possible, to account for as many scenarios as possible. Once again, what you have access to differs from one person to another depending on when you see the video. And no matter what, whether you're a free-to-play player or a spender, it will take time for you to achieve that. For the time being, we'll focus on the minimum requirements for each game mode. By this point, you should have collected a solid amount of stuff from questing to exploration to farming and whatnot to level up and upgrade a decent chunk of characters. In order to fully clear every tactical hologram, you'll want to have at least 2 bossing parties. I say 2 because in the event a hologram resists a certain attribute, you can play the second party. The vast majority of limited 5-star characters are decently capable of taking on tactical hologram, considering the only condition to achieve all the rewards is to kill the boss.
I'm not gonna lie. I would just say from like a player perspective, I feel like the hologram one should have been the last one. That's my take, because I feel like holograms, there are a lot of people I feel like that clear TOA, that clear Wuwa, that don't do holograms. Because holograms have one element to them that I think puts off a lot of newer players from doing them. They'll one-shot you. No other content in the game will one-shot you, except for this. And that alone can, you know, be like a bit of a pain point for some people. Plus, they give very little ass right.
There's no time limit or anything. That is, unless you're a tryhard. Realistically, you can kill max difficulty holograms using a 4-star attacker like Denshin if you're dedicated enough, but for the purposes of this video, the aforementioned Encore and Havoc Rover teams can do just fine. Tower of Adversity is a bit more nuanced than that, as you'll need 4 teams to clear all 3 towers. Technically, through character manipulation, you actually only need 3 parties to full clear since
I would say 3.5. And that's why I say 3 teams, because you can raise like a bunch of characters to like level 70 or 80. I remember how at the start of the video I said my Calcharo's useless. He is now, but in the past, I did actually use him to clear like floors 1 to 3 in the TOA. But his days are done.
the first 2 or 3 chambers
Like this. I would use Calcharo here and shit like that.
on the side towers, you can honestly run any combination of units or even an incomplete party to get through them.
And that's why having all of those 4-star characters, your Danjins, your Rovers, and stuff like that is so helpful. Because let's just say, right, that you phase out. Remember back in this part of the video, we were talking about all these free-to-play teams that you could build? The Encore Sanhwas, the Havoc Rover Danjins? Well, when you phase them out and you build your full 5-star teams, you're still going to have your Encore, you're still going to have your Sanhwa, you're still going to have your Havoc Rover and your Danjin. You can just run these teams without the Shorekeeper, without the Verita, and then go use them, well, in floors 1 to 3 in the TOA. So it's like, even as you get, like, the game, you can see how the TOA is pretty much intentionally designed now, right? For you to get more and more of those limited characters on banner. And you're essentially rewarded for your prior investments by being able to use that Encore, use that Havoc Rover, the Danjins and the Sanhwas in these spots after you've gotten your shiny new toys ready to go.
Party to get through them. For simplicity's sake, just assume you need 4 teams. Once again, the Encore and Havoc Rover teams are still usable in this situation, but you'll still need a third and fourth party. To repeat for the umpteenth time, whatever is available can vary greatly, but let's assume you're watching the video right when I uploaded it, in which case we have Yuno available. Even without Augusta, Yuno is a worthwhile tower character, and you can easily run a team with herself, Chinchin, and Shorekeeper.
Yeah, that was a good team.
It's not the best use of her, but considering you have access to no one else, you're gonna have to make the most of it.
The unfortunate part is I don't think Yuno's like that great of a main DPS. I think there's a lot of people that are heavily overstating her numbers, especially in like her main DPS rotation. I'm just going to be real with you over here. I think there's a couple too many people that are going to, after this TOA reset, realize, oh, just because my Yuno had a massive damage buff doesn't mean that she's actually like the best DPS ever. However, she is multi-rolled enough, has the heavy attack damage buff, and is, I think, high enough value to be considered a good pick for newer players. Especially if you've already pulled SK and stuff on banner.
That actually brings me to an important point. Understand that it will take a fair length of time for you to actually get enough parties built up to clear the endgame. Even
my Yuno solo cleared the side tower with a level 90 Hikari. A corpse can solo clear the side tower against level 90 Hikari. What, she has no HP. How is that?
with all the free stuff new players get, it will undeniably take a while for you to simply get enough units to clear the game for the sheer fact that you straight up cannot get 4 separate teams built up in the same version. As a day 1 player myself, I wasn't able to comfortably clear Tower of Adversity until I believe version 1.2 or 1.3.
I wasn't able to clear TOA until about version 1.1, some part through it. I was a very sweaty TOA focused player early on. I was like clearing side towers at like level 80, stuff like that. But I was putting a lot of effort into it. Grinding a lot of echoes, doing a lot of that, like a lot of overworld farming, ton of that stuff. Believe me when I say this, getting gear, TOA stuff, all of that done in the present is so much easier than it was back then. Y'all out here, y'all new players, y'all don't know how good you got it. I'ma just be real. I'ma give it a buck. Y'all got like this shit, you got this shit, you got this shit, that. Like 17 fucking echo boxes, 7 million modifiers, like 300 different ways to grind echoes. You got like random boxes just shitting out echoes in Septimont. I don't know, like you got 1,000 gateways. You can just choose all of this shit. It's so easy to build units nowadays. I'm telling you, brother, it is so easy to build units now compared to in version 1.0. And they didn't even change tubes or tuners. All they did was just like change how fast it is to get echoes. That's pretty much it. I literally build characters like half asleep. And I'm shitting out double crit everywhere. Yeah, that phrasing is okay. All right, so you can probably just see what I'm talking about. You look at old 1.x footage of this game, and like the upgrading and the gearing and all of that, there's so many more tools nowadays. It's gotten so much easier. Yeah, where is it? Oh, yeah, here you go. Oh, you're missing the wrong main stat? Oh, don't worry, you'll just get 40 modifiers of version free-to-play to be able to change any echo into the main stat you want. It's like, brother, Jesus Christ. It's y'all are getting spoon-fed over here. I remember having to grind 3 days. I remember this shit. Y'all remember what it was like? I'll show you a 1.0 unit and how you would grind over here. Y'all know how long it would take to get just not even like a double crit piece, but like an arrow damage Sierra Gale 3 cost. Like, it could take you days to get one. Sometimes you could guarantee, like, 1 a patch, and you'd be celebrating. I remember I would get, like, 2 of these a patch. I could now just farm, like, 50 of them if I wanted to.
Because they simply just didn't have the characters to complete it. So don't feel too bad if you're like a month into the game and Tower feels impossible to take out. You're going to hit that wall just like everyone else. Don't worry about it.
And that's a wall that you're going to find in every gacha game, right? Oh, you weren't able to beat it because of resistance. Oh, you didn't have the right DPS. That's the developers wanting you to, A, pull more, spend more money. But also, in a way, it's also the developers trying to get you to not burn out. Because this is kind of like the situation. You would arguably start getting a little bit bored of the game in a game with with a bunch of different characters, right? 30 plus different characters, a bunch of different teams. If for every single content, all you did was play the same team and character combo over and over and over again for all 12 fights in the TOA, that would kind of feel a little bit stale over time, right? And in a way, this like limitation, energy, all of that is a dev getting you to build other characters on your account, experiment with different kits, try out different playstyles, and oftentimes you can find out, wait, this character actually feels really good. Wait, this character actually feels really cool. Oh, I want to try exploring this a bit more. And sometimes you got to be nudged as a player into doing that. That's why I don't think like a character restriction or like a need to have a wider roster to clear some of the endgame content isn't the worst thing ever. It's when it gets too restrictive, like in Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail, or honestly Zenless Zone Zero, where their endgames will literally say things like, if you're not using Mavawika or Skirk, you deal 70% less damage. If you're using Super Break, you deal 0 damage and you can't clear. If you're using Anomaly, just deal 30% less damage to the boss. Wuwa just doesn't have mechanics like that. And that, I think, is what really makes that whole, like, horizontal investment requirement not that bad to me. Because it's not like you can just get fucked beyond elemental or attribute resistance in this game. There's nothing beyond that. And that makes, again, the endgame experience feel a lot more freeing than it is restrictive, like it is in Hoiver's titles. Just think about elemental shields or night soul shields in Genshin. Or, you know, that one motherfucker bastard boss who, if you don't have freeze, he shoots lasers for 30 seconds. And if you do have freeze, he doesn't do anything the entire fight.
That is why I recommend focusing on planning for endgame as soon as possible to minimize the time it takes for you to actually clear it. Back to the point though.
And this is the thing. Clearing endgame as a player way earlier on in the game was a lot more sophisticated, a lot more tricky and nuanced because everybody was new to everything. But now that we've established a bit more, it should be a lot more clear how to do all of this stuff.
While new releases will almost always outperform old ones, you'll still want to keep an eye out for strong supports and attackers that get featured in reruns. I have a ton of videos talking about the best attackers in free-to-play teams, so after watching this one, I highly recommend you watch my other ones to get more information.
Or you can watch mine too. Watch Vars's as well. Watch everybody's, to be honest. We all got different opinions. Yeah, I think this is one thing that's important. Don't watch just one content creator's take on things like best teams, blah, 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 and so on. Because we're all going to have different criterias for why we consider certain teams better than others. And, well, this is the thing. Some content creators might play the game or think about the game more similarly to the way that you think about it. And that's the thing, right? You can have different priorities in this game and different ways to approach all the content. You should probably go with the one that resonates with you the most.
For the time being, Augusta, Phoebe, and Camellia are 3 very strong units to get and relatively easy to build as well.
I'm surprised you didn't put Carlotta on there.
3 of them handle tower pretty competently, and Augusta and Phoebe can take on hologram bosses with ease. Camellia, on the other hand, is a phenomenal option for Whimpering Wastes. Unlike hologram, which focuses on bossing, and tower, where you're expected to take on a small number of enemies, Whimpering mandates you to take on multiple clusters one after another, so you'll want someone with enough sustained attack strength and area coverage to get you through it.
I can never really recommend Phoebe anymore because she's so dog shit in Whimpering Wastes. It is unbelievable. She is like not even half a character in Wuwa. She is like a quarter of a character in Wuwa. She has such a severe lack of synergy with the game mode until you have a Chakona on her team that it is painful. Like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's illegally bad. And I think that pulling a character just to use them in TOA and holograms is not enough because she's not functional in the game mode. It's not like a Carlotta or it's not like a Carlotta or a Jinsei situation where with enough skill you can make them work. Phoebe just does not.
Whimpering Waste requires 2 parties. One section can easily be handled by a simple Camellia, Sanhua, and Shorekeeper or Verena team. For your other party,
Agreed.
if you hold Augusta, you can run Augusta, Mortefi, and Shorekeeper or Verena to handle that section. If you're watching this down the road, there will no doubt be other characters to pick from, so in the event of that, be sure to brush up on information.
Or you could just pull Gian and then have him clear the TOA and Whimpering Waste, but then he kind of gets booty tickled in holograms. I would say holograms are definitely the lowest priority out of all of these. And the reason why, basically my take is, if you plan on pulling based off of completion and being able to clear the game, that's a high priority for you. Don't consider holograms in your pulling decision. And the reason for that is quite simple. TOA and Whimpering Waste reset every month. Holograms don't reset. And each one gives you like 150 asteroid. One TOA reset is like 800, and one Wuwa reset's like 800. It's like literally like as a total, it's like 10 times more asteroid is coming from TOA and Wuwa than it is from holograms.
You can check out my character analyses, and or you can go over to my good friends Brax and Iwin Deleuze to check out their guides as well.
I'm not popular enough, but this is kind of the situation. It's the sponsored early access guide circle. They're just humans centipeding each other for views. Absolutely unethical behavior going on over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Kuro sponsored CC circle. Just circle jerking each other off. What?
Once again, Pinewind's a great resource if you're a bigger fan of reading guides instead of watching them. Either way, to summarize, your target is to work on 2 bossing parties, 4 tower parties, and 2 whimpering parties. That doesn't mean you need 8 different teams. Characters can work for multiple game modes. For example, Augusta can be good for all 3. Practically speaking, you only need 4 parties, but of course, the longer you play, the more units you'll get and the more parties you can make.
I think this is definitely I would say pull value tier lists as a whole that factor in TOA, Wuwa, and Whimpering Waste is probably going to be the most helpful overall resource for players. And this is where I'll do my own self-plug editor, put that shit on the screen. I actually do go ahead and make those pretty frequently, most versions. And we do go over the whole viability and like Wuwa, TOA, all of that stuff. So yeah, that's where I'll do my plug, because I think that I genuinely think that's actually the most overall helpful content when it comes to this specific line item of prioritizing team building. I'm just going to be honest over here. It's quality content. Go check it out.
That wraps it up. TLDR, spend the early game unlocking and progressing through as much of the storyline,
Okay, let's get the TLDR. Let's see if there are any final takes over here.
quests and world map as you can. Kill and collect every possible thing you can find, and be sure to level up your Echo databank and account rank as quickly as you can too.
Last bit of tip over here. You'll be able to identify literally in your databank what you're missing. And so if on your first pass you're following the VAR's advice and you're trying to like figure out, right, oh, what do I still need? I actually leave this one undiscovered for exactly this purpose. Because, well, when you're missing an Echo, you can just go into the Sonata gallery and then, well, look which one's missing. And then you'll be able to find it. Yeah, and then fill out your databank that way until everything, right, says it's at its count. So that's another tip that you can do, especially if you're a newer one. I intentionally, again, leave that one empty. I know I'm missing an arrow prism. Stop tripping.
Then, once you reach the main game, work on getting a couple decent parties using the free units you acquire and the guaranteed stuff the game offers you as a new player.
I would dare say, bring forward that planning that he mentions for the late game into this mid-game category. Because, again, chances are, especially with units like Galbraina coming out, that'll step on Encore's toes and also dealing fusion damage, you want to make sure that you're not potentially investing in a character that's not going to get that much use either. Because, again, those time-limited resources are important.
Only spend what you need to as far as materials go, and continue progressing your databank and account level. Then, by the time you're able to get your units to level 80 or 90, now you can start working on gearing up teams for the endgame. Be sure to watch as many guide videos as you can, whether mine or other channels, to understand what the best teams and units are in the current time period. From then on, you just grind and keep getting more materials, more units, and there you go, you have now caught up with the rest of us. Now, despite me emphasizing progression and getting to the end game as quickly as possible, above all else, be sure to have fun doing it.
I think that I would feel like the average amount of time it would take to progress to the stage where most day 1, day 0 players are at, it'll probably take you close to maybe 3 to 4 months. I think close to like 3 to 4 months, depending on how dedicated you are as a player. Yeah, I think 2 months if you're actually like balls to the wall, grinding, like playing like 10, like you just lost your job and like you're looking for something to do to fill the void. Yeah, that guy is probably going to catch up in like 2 months. Yeah, yeah, that guy's probably going to catch up in 2 months. Let's entirely be real here. But if you're taking it like more casually, you got school, other duties, stuff like that to like mess around with, probably closer to like 3 or 4. Because once again, right, so much of that progression is going to be tied to all the quests and stuff that you can do that all give UL level, all of that. And the faster that you get that initial grind out of the way, the faster you start getting into the late game echoes, the late game gear, all of that. And theoretically, by the time you unlock level 90 and have the ability to farm 5-star echoes and level them up, you shouldn't be falling behind in any degree at all. The only thing I would dare say you also need to think heavily about is this. And I think this is a big miss, and probably I should have mentioned this earlier. I forgot it too. Weekly bosses. Do not use too much of these materials before finding out what you need. Because A, there are some inherent skills for your supports that are mandatory. For example, right, I mentioned like talking about restricting the investments you're making on some characters. You're still going to need Shorekeeper's inherent abilities, right? You're still going to need 2 weekly boss mats for that. You're still going to need Verina's first inherent at the very least. Save a boss mat for that. But aside from that, all of your other weekly boss mats that you're only going to get a limited number of a week, once again, this is one of the biggest constraints for players, you need to dedicate it to a DPS. You need to dedicate like 95% of your boss mats to your DPSs, and then the rest should be going into the inherent skills, right? Of like your supports and your sub DPSs. That's where they need to go. So yeah, I would say 90% into a DPS, 85 to 90% into a DPS, and then 15 to 10% into the supports and sub DPSs. Because once again, guys, you only get about 3 runs of those. You only get about 3 runs of those a week. And, well, you get a lot less at SOL 1, and you get a lot more as the phases go higher. Another trick for weekly bosses is that if you're somebody that's willing to grind your SOL phases, like I said, you can get to UL 40 in 1 day if you really go hard, then that means you'll be able to unlock the increased drop rates for more weekly boss mats in 1 day as well. So that's another way for like a hyper turbo gamer to catch up too. Because this is also the other thing. Think about all the day ones that don't use their encore anymore, right? Well, I'm not going to get back any of the weekly boss mats that I spent on her. It's not like it was wasted because I still used her in the end game at some points, but this is how you're going to catch up as well. Because you'll be able to spend all of your stuff on exactly the things that you need. And once again, right, that's also why I mentioned the whole start your planning carefully, because weekly boss mats are a huge factor of it. So, yeah, I would say overall, awesome video by Vars. I know we extended the runtime by about like 10 hours on this bad boy, but I really wanted to, do like a thorough breakdown of some of the additional things that I feel like could have been added to this. I would just say as a whole, his advice is completely spot on, but there were like some additional spots where I felt like some more value could be added. So, yeah, awesome vid overall. He just forgot to mention them weekly boss mats, because I feel like that is like one gray area that's actually really important, because it's the most time-gated thing that's in the game that I almost forgot about it too. Okay, I can't blame it. I can't blame Vars for it slipping his mind. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Oh man. Guys, it is a rough content day, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? This might be the driest time I've ever seen. This might be the driest shit I've ever seen. A little reminder if you're planning to go back to Genshin. What is this? This gay dude said he was gonna play Nod Cry because he thought Flynn's was like the sexiest man ever. What the fuck is he even saying? Oh wait, no, that was... This guy was, dude, he was like jerking himself to Flynn's on Twitter, and he said like, oh, he's so cool, he might be enough to make me come back. Keyword on come back in 6.0. Rage bait post. I think this is the thing. I think he's announcing this because he is actually going to come back to Genshin Impact in 2025. Bro does this all the time. That's no lie at all. He does this all the time. Where he'll like say something is gay or call people gay for doing something, and then next week he'll immediately do it. Like, bro has a track record of doing that. I'm not even joking. He got a track record of doing that. That's why you can never take these at face value. Are you playing ZZZ today? Unfortunately, I do think I'm actually out of time today because I needed to prep more vids and stuff because we're doing a lot more gameplay-oriented things tomorrow. So, yeah. I do think we're at a point with this one. So, yeah, I mean, we recorded some long ass fucking videos today. And we recorded some long ass fucking videos today. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Well, we are in an absolutely heinous dry period right now. I guess I'll just go ahead and end stream for fun. Raid Cap, she's playing Baldur's Gate. I kind of don't want to because she's really bad at Baldur's Gate. Like she's really bad at Baldur's Gate. Like, I played multiplayer with her once. Let's just say I have no plans to ever again. Yeah, let's raid Cap. Yeah, how about you guys? How about you guys see firsthand how good she is at turn-based games? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Good luck, guys. Yeah, good luck, guys. Yeah, maybe you guys will become fans. All right, peace.